There it goes. I don't know why the chat plugin was being weird. Hey guys. What's up everyone? I do apologize for the late start. As I mentioned, I was watching the little one for a good chunk of the morning. And then I spent some time with my family. So, to make it up to you guys, no lunch break today. It's all Nagrand all the time. As you can see, we have a new and improved Crayola suit, designed to be as incredibly tacky and terrible as possible. I think this is probably one of the most mismatching outfits we could come up with. I don't know, I think it's pretty mismatching, personally. So, it is time to do Nagrand. Now, a lot of people's favorite zone back in BC, and we talked about this extensively when we were going through BC. Lol, Chongo. Is the fact that, and so a lot of people are like, Nagrand's awesome, Nagrand's amazing, and when we were going through Nagrand back in BC, a lot of people were speaking positively about it as we were going through it. I don't dislike Nagrand, but let's just look at some facts here. Let's switch up the music first of all. So let's look at the facts for a moment. At the end of Vanilla, you had the Eastern Plaguelands, which was in most ways the end dungeon of WoW Vanilla, the end zone. Now, let's talk about what we mean by an end zone. We've actually discussed this before. To qualify as an end zone, it has to be in the game at release. In other words, I'm not talking about patched-in stuff. You know, Timeless Isle is not the last zone of Pandaria, any more than Keldanus is the last zone of BC. It has to be the one that was intended to be the end of the questing experience, right? Usually, the most time and effort is put into these zones, especially since the various plot threads that have been dangling throughout the expansion tend to come to a head when you get to that zone. And, well, let's just look at it. So like I said, Eastern Plaguelands is generally considered the endgame zone of WoW Vanilla. There are other things that could be debated. There's the Blasted Lands, which is debatably end zone. Winter Spring, even though this is playing a severe technically, Silithus, are all candidates. But in my opinion, Eastern Plaguelands best fits what would become the model for an endgame zone, because it fits all of the intended features. It was probably one of the better quest zones in Vanilla. Especially, in my opinion, it's one of the best quest zones in Vanilla, if not the best. Had some epic quest chains. They had learned a lot of what they were doing. They had a bunch of very story-relevant stuff. It was building up to endgame, you know, a lot of epic stuff there. At least relative to Vanilla. BC. Well, BC had two, because of the nature of how BC was built. It had the Nether Storm and Shadowmoon Valley, but if you think about it, both of those still qualify. Both of those are epic. Both of those clearly have more work and thought and put into them than the other zones. They are very polished. They're very well presented. Both of them lead into the end game situation with the the 3 dungeons and the raid up in Netherstorm and the raid down in Shadowmoon Valley. Both of them had awesome story relevant quest chains, like the whole Terran Gorfiend thing down in Shadowmoon, or the entire chain dealing with Sokrathar up in Netherstorm, you know. Wrath. Well, Wrath also had 2, ironically. Both of which were basically the conclusions of their respective chains. Storm Peaks, which was the finale for the Titans, and Yogg-Saron, and the Iron Dwarves, and, you know, all sorts of amazing stuff. You know, Storm Peaks was just amazing. And, of course, we had Ice Crown, one of my favorite zones in the entire game, which is pretty much the pinnacle, in my opinion, of design when it comes to that sort of thing, in terms of thread, in terms of visual design, in terms of music, in terms of the quest chains. Lots of epic stuff leading to the epic conclusion of Wrath. Cataclysm, a little more debatable, but really, when you think about it, Cataclysm, Twilight Highlands qualifies. And Twilight Highlands still meets all these standards. It doesn't have the same oomph, the Twilight Highlands, as, say, you know, Ice Crown, or Storm Peaks, or Shadowmoon Valley, or any of those, but it still felt like this big, massive, you know, endgame conclusion of the Twilight's hammer, and the war between the Alliance and the Horde, and the old gods in general, and the elemental things in general. All of that kind of came to a conclusion in this big, epic quest chain right at the foot of the Twilight Bastion at the end of the Twilight Highlands. Pandaria had the Dread Waste, which we did semi-recently, and you get the point. All of these zones have all felt in the same general manner, regardless of relative level of quality between each other. Even going all the way back to vanilla, this trend has continued. And then we have Nagrand. My sister hasn't played Warlords in over a year, and she only played through all the quests once. And I was in the chair, I was in the car with her, just chatting about Nagrand, and the first thing she said was, Nagrand doesn't have that much content to it, it's just big. And so you spend a lot of time running around. And I just start laughing. Someone who hasn't played the game in a year still remembers one of the greatest consequences and failures of the design of Nagrand. Nagrand is huge. It is one of the largest zones in the game in general. It is the largest zone in Warlords, although that's a near thing to Frostfire, but it is still an absolutely gargantuan place. And just to give you a little bit of what I mean by that, I mean, this is just this massive open... You can't even see the extent of it because of draw render thing, but it is this massive open plain. But the problem is so much of that lacks density. There's fairly large chunks of terrain where you can't actually, there's nothing there, or things are too spread out. A lot of travel time in Nagrand. Nagrand could have been so epic and awesome if they had been brave with it, in my opinion. Now, let me go ahead and get something out here. I don't think Nagrand's a bad zone, really. I actually do enjoy Nagrand still overall. The problem is Nagrand is not an end zone. Warlords has no end zone. Nothing in Warlords really feels like an end zone. Nagrand feels like it's a 5.1 content zone patch, and there's a lot you could do with Nagrand, but it doesn't feel like the end zone for the Warlords expansion. Not in terms of the Arakoa, not in terms of the Ogre storyline, not in terms of the Burning Legion, and not in terms of the Iron Horde. None of the four main plot threads of Warlords has any kind of significant conclusion or significance in general in Nagrand. Hi, everyone, by the way. I know I haven't said hi to everyone individually. A lot of people popped in. I wanted to get this speech out of the way quickly. So, like I said, I genuinely don't think Nagrand is bad. It's just not an end zone. It's not particularly well designed. There is one very epic cutscene, which we'll talk about when we get there. Imagine, though, what they could have done with Nagrand. So let's talk just a little bit about the history of Nagrand. Nagrand is actually the ancestral home of the Frostwolf orcs. Yes, really, this is actually where they originated from. And this is also where Oshagun is, which is pretty cool. And I will admit, the quest chain involving Oshagun is pretty cool. But the Frostwolves would migrate periodically between here and up north to, I'll take that as a compliment, Happy Mask Maker, to Frostfire Ridge, and they would migrate across the sea between Nagrand and Frostfire. And yeah, also this is, well, I'll talk about that later, I think. I think I'll save that discussion for later. Let's just say I think there's a reason Nagrand doesn't feel like an end zone. So, as we can see here, the orcs used to have this event, and I wrote it down, the name of it, because you know how terrible I am at remembering names. The name of this event is the Koshharg, okay? Now, back in the day, before the orc clans really started getting going, there was this tradition that was started called Koshharg, or Kosh, I've already forgot the name of it. Koshharg. That is such a weird name. Koshharg. And what would happen is there would be grievances amongst the clans. And because of the fact that they had just overthrown the Gorians, the yoke of the Gorians, and because of the fact that they... Or, excuse me, I'm actually saying this wrong. Because they had just overthrown the yoke of the Ogre Empire. I need to correct myself on a lore thing, by the way. They had just overthrown the yoke of the Ogre Empire. They had just started working with the Draenei. They still hadn't really segregated yet. So, but they really, really didn't want to go to war with each other. Because if they went to war with each other, then they would be screwed. Because they were so desperate, so alone, you know. Draenor is an incredibly hostile place, so going to war with each other was basically, yeah, it would have been incredibly devastating to them as a people. So anytime they had grievances between the clans, they came together for the, which is what I'm going to call it from now on, right in the shadow of Oshagun there. For those of you who don't remember, Oshigun is actually a spaceship. It is an excellent example of Naru multi-dimensional technology, or magic technology, I should say, and their crystalline tech. And it enables the Naru to travel from world to world. Oshigun crash-landed here when it first brought the Draenei and the Naru to Draenor. So the orcs would meet in the shadow of that, because it was something of a holy site to them. And because it was such holy ground, they weren't allowed to actually fight. And that's why it was used there. All of the orc clans equally found it to be holy ground, so they wouldn't kill each other, so they could work out their differences without descending into war. It took very, very little time for that to differentiate to the point where instead of just being the place where we would settle grievances, it became something of a festival. Kind of like an Oktoberfest, except orcs. Okay, I'm exaggerating, but it was this event where they could get together and be like, "Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I brought this booze and I brought this food and it's awesome," and they just get and meet and share commonality amongst the clans. It was a good way to promote that feeling of unity amongst the clans too. Now, really, Necro? That's the first time I've heard that. Does anyone else have that complaint? I haven't changed the volume at all. Oh wait, actually that's not true. I have a little bit. To my knowledge, the Blood Elves use exclusively just magic. There. Now I can... To my knowledge, the Blood Elves exclusively use just magic. I gotta be honest, I can't even hear the music now, it's so quiet. But of course, I'm not hearing what you're hearing. Anywho, so... I want you to imagine for a moment if this great ancestral realm, which was home, this is where the Draenei first came to Draenor. This is where the Naru first came to Draenor. This is where the orcs threw off the Ogre Empire. This is where the orcs pushed back against the Gorian Empire. No, Magitech is when you combine magic and technology, and in most settings, Magitech is superior to tech or magic individually. Depends on the setting, though. So this place is of great significance to the overall setting of this world. It really is. Imagine if this place was a devastated landscape. An industrial wasteland. Imagine if the great, lush, gorgeous plains of Nagrand had been consumed Lord of the Rings style, Imagine if they had really made the Iron Horde the primary threat in this zone, as opposed to what is effectively a secondary antagonist to more interesting threats like Cho'Gall and his forces. Imagine if they had really stretched out the ogres in this area, to the point where the primary thing we see is the Gorian Empire pushing back against the Iron Horde. There's so much they could have done with Nagrand. We do learn a few things. About, for example, breakers, and I will finally be talking about breakers and that concept here. We will be talking a little bit about the Gorian Empire and the mistake I made, and it's basically a naming mistake. I've been using the wrong name. I apologize. That's my own fault. There's a lot of stuff they could have done with this zone, and they didn't. It's a damn shame, because I really like Nagrand over back in BC. Part of the problem, though, I think, is, again, they wanted Nagrand to basically be the same because... Okay, so I mentioned earlier this is originally Frostwolf land. The war song after the overthrowing of the Ogre Empire, but before the Gorian Empire really arose to power, the Warsong clan claimed this land from the Frostwolves. Now, the Frostwolves, there were actually 3 clans that had establishments here. Burning Blade, Frostwolf, and Warsong. The Warsong pushed out the Frostwolf. And this is funny when you think about it, because what happened immediately after that is the Gorian Empire, seeing the fighting amongst the clans, took advantage of it and crushed the Warsong and completely subjugated and enslaved the Warsong. And that was pretty much the first moment at which the Gorian Empire really was flexing its muscle, but I'll get to that in a moment. So 3 clans had this area. It's big, lush. It's probably one of the most hospitable areas on Draenor, at least back in the day. Obviously, nowadays, Talador has been reclaimed, urbanized, to be a little bit more hospitable thanks to the Draenei. But naturally, Nagrand, despite it does have its own terrors, it is still much more hospitable than, say, Frostfire or Gorgrund, God forbid. But I bring that up because it's all Grom's fault. I'm kind of being serious. Did I? Yeah, okay. God, I really can barely hear the game. Hang on, let me turn it up on my end. There we go. This is weird playing in silence here. So as you can see, there's several Warsong posts established here now. There's actually also an Ogre outpost up there we'll be going up to. Yes, Grom Hellscream. This is really, really funny when you think about it. I'll go ahead and tell you the history of this now because this amuses me tremendously. So, let's talk about the mistake I made, okay? Hail Hydra. The mistake I made was I keep referring to... there's 2 distinct organizations, the Ogre Empire and the Gorian Empire. And I kind of was mistaking which one I was saying, so a couple of times in past videos I was actually referring to one, but I used the wrong name, and I apologize for that. So to make the overall history here perfectly clear, at least until Chronicles lines this up, the Ogre Empire was the older organization, which may or may not still exist. They were across the sea in this continent, and they held this place as basically a vassal continent. This was a provincial area for them, a province for the Ogre Empire, okay? Now, the Ogre Empire had enslaved the Orcs, along with basically everything else. The Ogre Empire, then the Draenei came, on Ashagun, and the Draenei helped the Orcs throw off the Ogre Empire. And then the Orcs were free for a time and had a chance to divvy up into their different clans and blah, 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 blah. The Gorian Empire, which is basically the, like I said, the Britain to Rome thing, the Gorian Empire didn't really start flexing their muscles because they basically just had Highmaul and a few vassal states amongst the other zones until they decided to go ahead and take the Warsong clan in. And that's when the Gorian Empire started their expansion. Again, that was recently because that was in Grom's lifespan. Or, now it's possible that that was Grom's father. We're not 100% sure on the timeline. But it is very recently. Either way, what happened was Grom or his dad, one of the two, looked at the Frostwolves and said, we want this territory. And so they went to war with the Frostwolves. If you remember, the Orcs didn't really do the inter-clan war thing all that much. Remember that? Now, the Frostwolf basically just retreated and said, yeah, you can go and have it. But the Gorian Empire saw the infighting amongst the Orcs and said, they are at their weakest. And they decided to go ahead and just take over. And that's when the Gorian Empire just kind of started and expanding through this area until the Gorian Empire basically got to the point of their greatest height of power. The Gorian Empire took over the Warsong clan pretty much in its entirety, and enslaved a decent chunk of the other clans, including several of the disparate Orcs, who literally lost their clans in the fighting arenas. That was the height of the Gorian Empire's height. We don't actually know the name of the emperor of that empire, the one who was in charge when the Gorian Empire was expanding. What we do know is that he was killed by Kargath. Kargath butchered the crap out of him, and that emperor's chief advisor, Margok, who we'll be talking a lot about, Margok took over, and Margok is a character I really wish we saw more of. In a similar way to Lei Shen, I actually have a decent amount of respect for Margok, and he's a very interesting character that I want more. I want more of Margok as a character. He has a tremendous arrogance to him, but he also is surprisingly intelligent and cunning and more than capable of recognizing when he's beaten. It's interesting, and I'll talk more about him later, of course. Now, I suppose I should explain this now, while we're standing here looking at Nagrand, because I want to keep the train of thread here. So, some people have asked me, why did the Gorian Empire and Grom's group unite? Well, they kind of didn't. Here's what happened. once Grom had basically finished making the majority of his Iron Horde, as in when they already had the military supplies and might supplied by Raytheon. So in other words, he already has a significant military force. Grom marched an army onto Highmaul and sent a messenger. Now, I'm not going to read you the entire short story that this covers. It's actually a fairly long one, but it's a really good one. I recommend it. But Grom sent a messenger. It said, "Prove yourself useful or be destroyed." I'm not sure, Zawon. I don't know the timeline exactly. If you're asking me to estimate based on what we do know, I'd say the Gorian Empire existed as a non-major power for a little around a century and a half, and then rose to dominance after that, and has since fallen in the interim, like last 10 years or so. Anywho, so yeah, prove yourself useful is what Grom's messenger demanded of the Highmaul. Now, most of the ogres were like, pfft, but Margok, he's actually pretty smart. One of the things I find most fascinating about Margok, and this was done deliberately to help flesh out his character, he always says I, and he always speaks with one voice. I don't know if you understand how that's significant, but let me explain here. See you around, Bregman. He has two heads. He's one of the rare natural-born two-headed ogres. And he always says I, and he always refers to himself in the singular, and only one voice ever speaks. In the short story, we learn that the other voice does speak internally, that they have mental conversations, but only one of them ever speaks for the Imperator as a whole. So Mar is the one we keep hearing, and Gok is the one thinking in the background. The quiet and devious manipulator is who Gok is. And I love that added layer to his character. He's the only two-headed ogre, to my knowledge, who actually does that. Cho'Gall, both Cho and Gall talk constantly, for example. Just to name one reason. So, and the funny thing is, we're left to debate why that is. Now, the impression I always got is that Margok was sufficiently mentally disciplined. He was sufficiently... Yes, Lava, all of the features will be returning. Please stop asking about it. All the YouTube features will be returning once I'm done with the Lorerun. Margok was sufficiently mentally disciplined to the point where he had enough self-control that he could basically present himself as an individual, even though he was two minds constantly debating things before him. In other words, rather than two minds that are at odds with each other or in conflict with each other, they were fully in unison because of that self-discipline. The other possibility is that Gok was very, very, very intelligent, very cunning and devious, and was basically manipulating Mar into thinking that Mar was the one in charge while Gok was the one really pulling the strings, There are several different ways that Mar and Gok and their interactions with each other could work. We don't know, unfortunately. All we know is what I told you already. But I think it's really cool, and I would have loved to know more about him. It's okay, Lava. I get daily questions about it, so that's thin skin. I have more to talk about Margok. I have more to talk about Spellbreaking. I have more to talk about the arcane magic. I have more to talk about the Titans. I have more to talk about the Old Gods. But I think we should save at least some of that until we've actually gone through the zone a bit. Thankfully, I have epic flying, so this zone is going to be a lot easier than it normally is. Doing this zone on a ground mount sucks. So as you can see, the officer is in a great deal of pain. The war song made a surprise attack. Headed into the burning blade of thud. Let's explain one other thing really quick. I mentioned how each clan forms their own hyper-specialization in order to function on Draenor, right? So, yeah, Khadgar has a lot of respect for Margok's arcane prowess. That should say something. Anywho, so, you might ask, what is the clan specialization of the war song? And I'm a little surprised I haven't seen it so far. The war song, in addition to their whole, we never give up thing, they are cavalry. They understand the potential and capacity for mounted combat. Now, that may sound silly. It is, again, once again, a logical sense, sense-making thing for, because remember, each clan, their specialization, their capacity, has almost always... Here we go. Here's an example of what the war song are good at. And by the way, if you randomly aggro those guys when you're leveling, they will probably absolutely murder you. Anywho, each clan, their special abilities usually are because of the place where they are existing. I mean, that's just logical, right? And so naturally, the Warsong who exist on these big open plains of Nagrand have, the cavalry. Okay, that makes sense. But I've also had someone say, well, okay, so we've got shamanism amongst the Frostwolves and the rogue, warrior badassery of the Shattered Hand, and the thing about the Burning Blade, which we'll talk about later. All sorts of stuff. Why is cavalry so significant? I don't know if I can properly explain how absolutely devastating a properly trained, properly honed, mounted combat force can be. There's a reason mounted combat absolutely dominated warfare until methods were specifically designed to counter mounted combat. And remember, mounted combat is relatively a new thing in this particular setting. At best, a couple hundred years old. So this is still in its heyday, and there's so much that kind of mobility and that kind of speed and that kind of literally overwhelming power can do in a military situation. So the Warsong, technically, by some definitions, were one of the strongest military forces of the clans, which is one of the reasons why Grom was able to push so many of the other clans into joining his Iron Horde. When you combine that kind of cavalry capacity with, say, the Mongols, with, say, the sheer knowledge and strength of the Blackrock clan, you have an insane force just from those two clans. Then you add the Burning Blade and the Thunderlord into that, and things just get a mess at that point on. But we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to Foundry. For now, let's talk to Thrall, and for some reason, Agra.
Mukra.
Goel thinks I should have stayed back on Azeroth. I have put him in his place on the matter. My Goel and I have been through much together. Now is not the time for us to be at depart. To be back in Nagrand after all this time is a bit overwhelming for us both.
May the spirits watch over you.
Yeah.
This land is nothing like Azeroth.
Oh, also, try to keep in mind, too, these are not horses they're mounted on. These are dire wolves. So, basically, warg riders from typical fantasy. And all of that implies. In other words, they have less stamina than a horse will, but a lot more violent and potential firepower. And, of course, the wolf itself can fight, Anywho, Commander! It's good to see you. We have much to discuss. The situation in Nagrand is rapidly deteriorating. No, it isn't. Warsong clan is on the move. To make matters worse, Grom has named Garrosh the new warlord. I don't know why, but I think it's because he's stupid. We have a rare opportunity to strike at the heart of the Warsong, but we need your wisdom and leadership. The most important decision will be your choice between, a coral or a tankwork. See, I couldn't remember what the second thing was. I always picked the coral. Well, that's not true. I picked the tankworks once to see what it is. All the other times I picked the coral. I'll let you guys decide. I won't try to change your minds via bias. Which building should we pick? And we'll leave it up for 10 minutes, as we normally do. There we go. And we'll put this up, as soon as I find it, to indicate that we have a poll going. There we go.
Run our together, we will bring justice to Garrosh and the Warsong clan.
So for those who want a little bit of a perspective on your choice, again, it doesn't change the quest overly much. You either get a 10-minute cooldown to call down a freaking tank, and it really is, it's a tank. You just destroy everything with it for I think it's like a minute.
I can do that.
Or you get the ability to fight while mounted, and to interact with stuff while mounted.
I can do that.
And, yeah.
Okay.
I kind of hope Coral wins, if for no other reason than so I could show you how awesome it would be if they added regular mounted combat to this game. Go ahead and hit me, Lava. I'll have a lot of dead space in Nagrand to talk. So, there will be plenty of times to ask your questions. In fact, I really should have started the poll early. I couldn't remember the other thing. I knew about the mounted combat. That's all. So, It's okay, we have a few minutes before we can even build something, because we have to go deal with the Burning Blade. The garrison blueprints were taken to the Burning Blade village when the war song sacked your caravan. I can't construct this building without those plans. There's been talk of a young blade master who's been exiled from the clan for many years. Lantresor, remember him? Of the Blade. You mean like Lord of the Rings does, okay? Lord of the Rings Online, I mean. Hey, Corwin. Our scouts recently saw him in Hall Valor, and he went to challenge the Blade Master for leadership. Instead, they clapped him in chains. Maybe he's still alive.
Be safe.
Well, let's go see.
What do you need?
Loktarogar, champion.
Hall Valor is the ancestral home of the Burning Blade. Since they're such fast friends, the Warsong have allowed them to remain in Nagrand. We are fierce, but we won't win if the Burning Blade attack us. It would be wise to strike first.
Fight with the Burning Blade is an honorable clan, but they have chosen the wrong side in this conflict.
Probably dwarves overall, Nero says. Ah, right, that's what I was doing. To our knowledge, America was the only one. Do you happen to mean this one, Magister? Just kind of curious. Different Burning Blade in every way that matters. The Burning Blade you're thinking of is an organization that calls itself the Burning Blade, but basically isn't. This is the Burning Blade clan. Completely different group. Where is he? Where is he? I can never remember where he is. Oh, there he is. So, as you can see, Nessingwary is in Warlords. Unfortunately, unlike basically every other expansion, he has no quests. He's just here drinking. Now, why is he drinking?
Well met.
There you are. Can't you see I'm trying to drink here? Pour yourself one.
Him it, come the Nagrins, the Alliance and the Horde said.
There's big game to hunt still. But when I get here, is that what they want me to do? No! Him it, hunt the Warsog wolves. Deprive the orcs of their mounts. That's no job for him at Nessingwary.
See you soon.
And thus, Hemet Nessingwary is just sitting here drinking. And that's basically all he does in Warlords. Yeah. So this is the Burning Blade clan. It's not that he likes wolves, he's here to hunt animals and have the thrill of the hunt. He's not here to deprive an enemy of their mounted combat force. He's not here to fight a war, damn it. Anywho. The Burning Blade is probably one of my favorite clans in terms of their specific hyper-specialization, because it really is probably the most hyper-specialized of the various forces here, of the clans on Draenor. The Burning Blade specialization is basically they're weapon enchanters. And I know that sounds really mundane, but they're really, really, really good weapon enchanters. They can do stuff with enchanting their weapons that other people can't even dream of. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. Who are you? Don't you know death by sight, Paladin? You've come to Hal Valor to die. Would appear I have too. As half Draenei, half Orc, my enemies within the Burning Blade cast me out when they rose to power, but my honor will not allow this to stand. Exiling me was an act of cowardice. They should have allowed me to fight for my place like any other. Now I will exact justice from the tip of my blade. They clapped me in irons and blah blah blah. Go kill the dude! The blade is not the only important item a Blade Master carries. Once he passed his final tests, the Blade Master is given the honor of wearing the Burning Blade's banner. When my petition, to reclaim my rightful place within the clan, fell upon deaf and craven ears. I was stripped of that honor. No doubt my banner has been stored away somewhere in Hall Valor. They'll give it away to some other aspiring blade master if they don't burn it first. So we get a little bit of insight into their culture right off the bat there. There are two things that very, very much matter to the Burning Blade. Their blades, which are... It's one of those... It's very similar to the Kuhn warriors over in Dragon Age. In other words, you know, this sword is an extension of you, your soul, your life, etc. You don't lose it. To lose it would be the greatest sense of shame. Furthermore, once you become a man, or woman, as the case may be, within the clan, you're given the right of bearing the standard of the clan, which is a great honor, since not everyone is actually enabled to do that, right? What weirdness are you doing, Deutsch? Are you talking about the new Whisper beta? Which I wish I hadn't activated because I don't like it. Hey, Paladin. I think that's what I'm referring to. I'm not sure. Anyway, so like I mentioned, they are hyper-specialized in weapon enchantment. While they have some skill as warriors themselves, that's not actually their hyper-specialization. That's not what they're really get well known at. They're better warriors amongst the clans of Draenor. No. What they're really good at is weaving elemental magic and shamanistic magic and ancestral magic directly into their weapons, creating the eponymous burning blades. And the burning blades themselves are extremely powerful and extremely useful and extremely multifaceted. Most of the actual power that they wield, the abilities that they use, actually come from those burning blades. They're weapons. They themselves don't have the ability to, for example, do mirror image. However, they do have the ability to activate their weapon in a manner that causes the mirror image attack. Make sense? I have no memory of that one, so I can't speak to it. I don't remember them specifically saying anything about his timeline. Yes, Grommashar was a blade master, but he was not a member of the Burning Blade. Kind of a different thing there. Also a little bit of a retcon, if I'm being totally honest. Anywho, so they know how to fold magic into weapons better than basically anyone on this continent. Possibly even better than the ogres, which is some seriously high praise at that point. I imagine, possibly the Blood Elves and the Night Elves and the old Night Elves. Maybe the... I'm not sure anyone else, really, other than, like, the Naru, might actually be able to surpass them in sheer capacity with enchanting their weapons. I don't know how to explain why that's just so cool to me. It's a neat idea. It also means the Burning Blade aren't just culturally linked to their blade, like the guys whose name I forget how to pronounce from Dragon Age, the members of the Kuhn. It's not just that it's a cultural thing. It's not just that, this is significant to me and therefore I place significance on it. A Burning Blade member is literally incomplete without their weapon because none of that power they wield is really from them. It's all from the blade they're wielding. In fact, to use a bit of an interesting parallel, the player characters technically are in the same boat. If I was to take this sword off, or axe, if I was to take this axe off right now, my combat capacity just plummets. I only have 2 abilities I can use without my weapon equipped. And you notice it's taking me forever to do any damage, because holy crap. So I like that idea. And it once again helps to emphasize why the Burning Blade were such an incredible asset to the Iron Horde. Seriously, think about this for a moment. Skilled, mounted combat warriors, combined with incredible smithing, artillery, foundry kind of technology, alongside the ability to enchant weapons to such a severe degree that the weapon can basically multiply an individual's power by 10. And then on top of all that, you have incredibly skilled and capable rogues and warriors. These 4 clans by itself make an extremely powerful Iron Horde. They didn't actually need, any of the others. We also got the the Thunderlord clan tossed in, which gives them mastery and capacity over the beasts and the wilds and the Gron and all that as well. This is a hell of a fighting force, isn't it? And then, of course, you know, there's the Shadow Moon clan, which is never actually considered a part of the Iron Horde in any way that matters, because they basically aren't. It's not like they needed anyone else, though. A Blade Master. Without a blade is no Blade Master at all. If you can defeat Luke, perhaps there's some hope for you after all. Oh, I should turn... Yeah, right, sorry. So, now that that's gone... Do you have my banner? I don't expect you to understand the importance of what you've done. Perhaps one day you will. It's time. Time for you to get your blueprints, and time for us to face the Masters. Meet me in the Master's Cavern. I think they're stupid, and that's why they dislike... I should say this. I think Blizzard is stupid, and that's why they hate the Shadow Moon. Both, Lava. Wow. That was actually a close vote. It's okay. I don't mind not showing off mounted combat. If I ever stream Lotro, I'll show off mounted combat. The mounted combat isn't quite as useful with a flying mount. It was amazing before flying existed in Warlords. In fact, I would consider it mandatory before flying existed in Warlords. The time has come to challenge the Burning Blade Masters. Go to the back of the cavern. There you will find the challenge ring and the Masters watching over it. Pull the blade from the middle of the ring to issue your challenge. My clan values honor above all else, and will respect your claim to trial by content. As a reward, you'll be allowed to walk away with your blueprints and your life. Or you'll be dead. Okay. That seems like a fair deal. I'll kill your people and you let me go. Cool. Time walking. Yeah, let's not talk about time walking. That guy's outfit, holy crap. So, come, Paladin, issue your challenge. We will allow you to fight and die. Challenge has been issued from this woman, this outsider. Jan Rook. Your theft of her blueprints brought her here. Finish it. Show us. The fact that it's raining outside. Oh, sorry. The might of the Warsong. So this is actually a member of the Warsong clan we're fighting here, not a member of the Burning Blade. He stole the blueprints under orders from whoever. You know, time walking would have made perfect sense in two ways. One, if it's completely not a part of the lore. If you literally just ignore the lore. It's not an aspect of lore whatsoever. In that way, it makes perfect sense. And the second way it makes perfect sense is if the Bronze Dragonflight hadn't lost their freaking time manipulative powers. You had this perfect method to get rid of time travel in the game. And then time walking. He was only Warsong, and did not fight very well in any case. Now you face a true challenge, my grandsons. You killed their father outside. It's only fitting they return the favor. This fight can be a little rough. But I think I'm fine. That's unfortunate, Paladin. My boys! You've destroyed me, my legacy! I'll kill you myself! Honor be damned! You realize I'm gonna kill you now, right? Durl, you have no honor and you will die. Oh no, mirror image! Which one's the original one? What will I do, guys? So this is Azuka Blade Fury. She should have been a major character. Hear me, Burning Blade. By right of ascension, I, Azuka Blade Fury, daughter of Darl, assume the mantle of Warlord. Any who wishes to challenge me may do so. You, Paladin, may leave unharmed, but if I see you again, you will die. As for you, Lantresser, you had no right joining this one's challenge. You remain a half-breed and an exile. You are not worthy of the Burning Blade. Leave, and never return. You are wrong. It is the Burning Blade that is not worthy of me. I kind of already gave it to you, Magister. I don't know what else to add to that. I will admit, when it comes to FF9, and I know Samurai's going to hate me for this, but, and this is especially true, because I had a friend of mine who had never played FF9 before pick it up, just last year, and he had to put it down, because the gameplay of it dragged him down so hard, and I talked about this, that he just couldn't bring himself to keep playing. He actually got burnt out on it and bored on it very, very quickly, like before he had reached the end of Disc 1 quickly. I am Retribution, Grey Wolf, of course. I'm here to kill things. Well, no, I don't have anything else to add to it, Magister. What's happening here is the Burning Blade are utilizing the enchantments built within their blades, which are primarily of fire, it is worth noting, and using those enchantments in order to accomplish superhuman feats, like, for example, being able to duplicate themselves temporarily as sort of a illusory elemental magic, right? But they can't do that without the blade. They are not shamans, if you understand my distinction here.
This is a savage land.
I agree that it would only take a few tweaks to fix the gameplay. Well, it kind of makes sense if you think about it, Zoan. I mean, we know that Draenei and Orcs are compatible. So, I mean, it's not really that out of bounds that there would be such a thing as an Orc and a Draenei who liked each other enough to do that.
Speak, friend.
Ah, outstanding.
For the Horde.
Let's make a tank. So yeah, the tank works. Oh, gotcha, Magister. Yeah, half Draenei, half Orc is not as uncommon as you'd think. And to name exactly, just one example of that, Garona, everyone's favorite Orc, is half Draenei, half Orc.
The Horde has important work here.
For the longest time, people assumed she was half human, half Orc, for logical reasons.
Speak your mind.
We've received reports that the Draenei Enclave at Talar has fallen to the Warsong. I sent a small group of shadow hunters to check on the situation. Will you meet them there?
Go with honor.
I
Earth-Mother
am
willing.
here for you.
You and the shadow hunters will expel the war song from Talar.
Yesterday I sent 2 of my best scouts to spy on the ogres at Margok's Watch. I haven't heard back from them then. Will you do me the honor of checking on them? I'm sure it's nothing. It's a large fortification.
Strength comes from the heart.
Ugh, so many quests. And yet there really aren't.
Are you challenging me?
So that's...
Go with
What's beyond your mind?
Yeah. So we're not doing the random hunting quest. There's no lore there. There's nothing to discuss. We're not doing the Nessingwary quests. Hey, Lantresser. Join me. I am without a clan. The Burning Blade are dead to me. Perhaps someday I will create a clan of my own and make it of ogres. In the meantime, it would be an honor to fight at your side. You freed me and fought well. There's much we could learn from each other. What do you say? Well, Murad is her uncle. From his sister was her mother. I don't remember the name of Garona's mother, though. You know what? I don't care. these quests are all not really worth doing, so we're actually not going to do any of them. Yeah, I know, right? This is all literally just, hey, go do random stuff to level. Like, go get 10... This is all the Nessingray style quests. There's really nothing worthy of discussing here, so we're going to skip that entire hub. It's literally just go kill 10 of these, go back, kill 10 of these, go back. Nothing worth talking about at all. There are 3 major quest chains we'll be following. One looks like it's an Iron Horde quest chain, but it's actually not. One is the Ogres, and one is the Elements, and those are the 3 primary lines of plot going through the zone. One oddly interesting... Well, no. I don't think I want to talk about that. Hey, Brekor. Oh, right. That's what that is. You say that's the one, and yet she's still an extremely popular character. Even though she has had very little on-screen reference. She was supposed to be a major character of Warcraft 3. That never happened. Then she was supposed to be a major presence in WoW. That never happened.
Nagrand.
I'm honored you're here to help, Wolf Sister. Things are worse than we thought.
Go forth to victory.
The upper bluff must be really important to the ogres. 2 fancy-looking ogre mages came down from there, started barking orders at the others. Go get those orders and meet up with my scout on the upper bluff. They'll be more useful to him up there.
May your blades never dull. Speak, friend.
We got more of those magic-tossing ogres here, which is never a good thing. The new ogres are especially bossy and have increased work being done. Do you know what stops ogres from working hard? Dying. Kill some ogres and set this camp back to its normal, boring self.
Strength.
Would this be a bad time to say that I like Fallout 3 better than Fallout 1 and 2? So anywho, let's talk about poor Garona for a little bit, because we don't really have a lot else, another good time to talk about that. And we're just going to be doing some random stuff here, and then we'll talk about the Ogre and Spellbreaker thing in just a bit. So, Garona, as I mentioned, was the product of an Orc male and a Draenei female, half-breed. Now, as I mentioned, Vindicator Murad, the gentleman who died, he was her uncle. It took him a while to actually seek her out. There was a short story about it. Now, the really screwed up thing here is that Garona has single-handedly caused a fairly large amount of damage, but not really because she wanted to. There's no nice way to say this, but this is actually the only instance of this that exists in all of Warcraft. I'm serious. So, Gul'dan experimented with breeding. And she's a half-breed, and Gul'dan did that when the demonic horde was a thing. And, in other words, at a point at which that the Draenei were a little better than slaves, or worse. So, the vast majority of people pretty much automatically say that what happened was Gul'dan ordered his troops to enforce their will, shall we say, upon her over and over until she was pregnant. Now, I mention that like that because never once in all of official canon has it actually been stated that way. In fact, it's actually been implied that is not true. If you don't understand what I mean by that, it's actually been implied that Gul'dan was literally using fel magic to directly try to craft a half-breed. Because, you know, they tried to, because that thing doesn't exist in Warcraft. In fact, that is the only example where it might exist in Warcraft, and there is no official confirmation that it exists in Warcraft. Now, I've probably made my opinion on this pretty clear. I don't like that type of thing. I know, weird, right? Not liking something that horrible. I don't even like saying it, to be completely blunt. So I'm okay with that not being in Warcraft. In fact, you know what? I'm cool with that. In my head canon, there was no such thing. You know, horrible fel magic, sure. Let's not cross that line, shall we? But the truth is, we don't know what actually happened, and they have deliberately not said. It is possible the Chronicles book will finally shed some light onto the exact circumstance of it, or it might dodge around the topic again and leave us to decide for ourselves. We don't know. Hello, random hunter. Who's... Oh yeah, mounted combat, by the way, right there. Notice how he's just staying mounted there. Yes, I can, Takoida! Fallout 3 had the best quest and dialogue trees. There we go. Much better than Fallout 1 and 2. So, yeah, I mentioned this again because a lot of people just automatically assume it's the horrible thing I'm not going to say. And yet, that doesn't exist in this setting. And I know, you all think I'm this terrible, horrible person for not liking terrible, horrible things like that. But honestly, I'm okay with that kind of thing not existing in my fiction. There's a little bit too much of that in real life. Can we just leave it out of things that we're supposed to enjoy? So, that's just my opinion on the matter. If you want to think otherwise, that is totally up to you. After all, we don't know what actually happened. They have deliberately not said thus far. So, take your pick, guys. That's up to you. For me, I'm going to continue thinking that nothing actually happened along those lines. The real reason I wanted to talk about Garona is how incredibly sad and pathetic her life story is. Because, see, when she was a child, Gul'dan came down and utilized his wonderfully horrific fel magic in order to more or less literally put locks in her brain. As in, you know, kind of a thing. And these locks subjugated her to the point where she was her own person, but she had no choice but to obey his commands. She was his slave. Now, as we've learned since then, and we've learned a little bit more about that, basically what he did as a result of this is a second her was kind of... It's actually quite easy as one. I do it all the time. He basically crafted a second her. And the funny thing is, you remember how I mentioned my whole theory about how the first Lich King was actually Gul'dan? Well, the way that this works is actually quite similar to the whole Death Knight personality thing. You remember how we made the clear distinction between Arthas and Death Knight Arthas? And so many of the other undead people who have, you know, there's the original person, and then there's the undead version of that person, which is basically a new entity. Basically a new sentience and sapience, right? New individuality. Well, Gul'dan effectively crafted a new individuality inside Garona based on her original self, and that one was the one that would obey his commands, you know, without question or hesitation. Now, it wasn't completely in control of her. She had the ability to still think and feel for herself. In fact, she cried when she killed King Lane, because she was actually friends with King Lane. But Gul'dan forced her to because Gul'dan had absolute control over her. Yeah. It's pretty horrible. Now, when Gul'dan died, only one other person knew those methods of controlling her, which still existed. In fact, technically, our Garona, in our life, in our timeline, actually has those controls still on her. It's just nobody knows how to use them. At least, not that we know of, because Cho'Gall is dead and Gul'dan is dead. And they were the two who really knew that stuff. Oh, and Gorfin, too. In this reality, we're going to actually, and I'll just go ahead and spoil this for you, we're actually going to free alternate Garona from those locks. We're actually going to remove that Death Knight Garona from herself, destroy it, and thus free Garona completely from Gul'dan's control. She will be extremely grateful for that, as you might imagine, because she hates his flipping guts. Hi, Salty. I thought I already said hi. No. Now, unfortunately, there's not really much else to share about Garona lore-wise, because they haven't really done much with her. Despite the fact that every time she's trotted out, she's treated like a major character, she has had extremely little presence in the actual games. Similar, yes, Magister, except without the memory erasure. Garona knows full well what she's doing and how she's doing it, and yeah. Yes, I'm well aware of what Orgrim did to her. Jackass. See, the problem was Orgrim thought of her as basically just a agent of Gul'dan. And so Orgrim tortured the crap out of her in order to get the location of the Shadow Council out of her. Which is funny, because in most of the retcon stuff, where they've kind of redone Orgrim to be less of a horribly evil person, they kind of left that piece in. So he still tortured her for the information. I mean, granted, he had his reasons for doing it, but... And he didn't know about the mind control to my knowledge. Orgrim just thought of her as an agent of the Shadow Council, and at that point he doesn't give a damn about her. He didn't realize he was basically torturing another victim of the Shadow Council. Because Garona is, let's be 100% fair, a victim. She... I guess there's no getting around this. So she also had a romantic relationship with Medivh. Now, let me go ahead and say that I feel like that relationship between the two of them makes a surprising amount of sense. And that's me saying that, the guy who doesn't like romance all that much in his fiction. I mean, I shouldn't say that. It's not like I am against romance in fiction. I'm just against the way it's usually applied, because it's usually applied badly. Nevertheless, I will say that their relationship made perfect sense to me. You have one extremely broken individual and another extremely broken individual, both of whom have been permanently scarred by demonism and fel and other horrible things of the Legion. It makes a lot of sense to me that those two people would naturally kind of gravitate towards each other, romantically or otherwise. Unfortunately, this is where we get to the bad part, because I want to stress again, I'm okay with Medivh and Garona. No complaints there. You know, fine, sure, they'll be together. What I don't like is the fact that they had a child. In fact, even the fact that they had a child doesn't really bother me. It's the child himself, Medivh. Now, I know we've talked about him before, and I know some of you haven't heard of him, and it makes me so happy that you people have no idea who the hell Medivh is, and I am so grateful for that. Medivh is a Mary Sue. Now, we've talked about the concept of Mary Sue many, many times, even in this lore run, and I have argued vehemently that certain characters do not qualify as Mary Sue within this setting. However, there really is no denying that Medivh is a full-tilt, balls-to-the-wall Mary Sue. He is unhesitantly, unremittently, unrestricted Mary Sue. I hate him so much. Medivh is a shaman, priest, mage, druid, I think? He came out of basically nowhere in a comic series where he was able to hold up his own against some of the big heavies of the setting, including Cho'Gall, who is a pretty high up in terms of overall power in the setting. A lot of people tend to forget that Cho'Gall is actually very strong. So he's super powerful, he's super amazing, he's one of the extremely few multi-class, multi-spec characters in the setting. In fact, he might be the only one who is just that much of a multi-class, multi-spec character. He's a kid, he's still a teenager. Yes, he is, Necro, that is exactly correct. And I hate him for the exact same reason. Because, see, here's the thing, I might have been okay... hang on. Let me see if permit's working today. It wasn't working yesterday. If it works, great. If it doesn't, sorry for the ban you're about to receive. It worked, yay. He's a damn kid. And he is pretty much the definition of a Mary Sue. In my definition of Mary Sue. And I'm much more stringent than most people are about that definition. He's good at everything. He doesn't have to earn anything at all. It goes to Medivh's page. He is loved by everyone. He's good friends with everyone. And this is the really important part. This is the very, very important part right here. He didn't earn any of it. This, in my opinion, is the true big distinction, hi King Bubble, between a character who has earned their way up to something and someone who hasn't. Some people say, like, for example, the player character in Warcraft, in World of Warcraft, is a Mary Sue. And I vehemently disagree with that, because we've earned it, damn it. We are the main characters of the story now. We weren't always. We have slowly worked our way up to this for years. We have spent years killing boars in order to get to the point where when we stand alongside Lady Liadrin, she's going to look to us for orders. We earned our way up to that. We worked for it. We earned it, you know? And that, in my opinion, is the single biggest definition difference between a Mary Sue and a character who's just a character. Because a Mary Sue doesn't earn it. A Mary Sue just, like, Medivh shows up, again, a teenager, and everyone's just like, oh, you're amazingly awesome. Oh, you're incredible. Oh, we love you. Didn't earn it. Just, bam, you're good. Jaina loves him. Garona takes after him. I mean, God's sakes, the bastard basically just takes a Tish and starts wielding it. Khadgar having a Tish, I'm okay with that. Khadgar's certainly earned it. He's been around since Warcraft 2. He has been doing a lot of things since then and worked his way. He's worked his way up there. And I'm okay with Khadgar, the venerated elder mage who has decades of experience under himself, earning a Tish. Medivh just picks it up. Says, yep. Instantly perfectly uses it. Now, what Takoida's saying is also very important too. There's something that not a lot of people understand, and it's hard to describe because it's kind of difficult to describe. It's the idea of things being right or wrong from an out-of-character perspective. No, Zoan, I refuse. I refuse. What I mean by that, hope you enjoyed it, King Bubble. No spoilers. No, nothing. In other words, so to explain this, let's say... One of the things that pisses me off most is when a writer gets up on a soapbox, right? And... Yeah, I know, Necro. And I used to see this a lot in early TNG. Early Star Trek The Next Generation, for example. Where a writer would get up and say, well, this is right. And the story would always be framed such a way that everyone who disagrees with what is right is wrong, is comically, horrifically wrong. Sometimes they're stupidly, cartoonishly evil on top of being wrong, you know? Because the writer wants to make it clear that this is correct. Now, this relates to a Mary Sue because one of the biggest definitions of a Mary Sue, again, in accordance with what Takoida was talking about, is if the Mary Sue says blah, A. If the Mary Sue says A, and people agree with A, then they are in the right. But if people disagree with A, then they are in the wrong. In other words, it's written from a writer's perspective, from an out-of-character perspective, that only the people who agree with the Mary Sue are correct. Everyone else is clearly wrong. You know what I mean by that, right? I'm sure you've seen it a dozen times without even thinking about it. How many times have you seen a movie or a television show where a character has said, we should do blah? And people who say, no, that's ridiculous, have been portrayed as if they're idiots, or if they're stupid, or if they're biased, or if they're prejudiced, or whatever thing. They're portrayed as if they're wrong, because in this one circumstance, it is the right thing to do, irregardless of the fact, yes, I know that's not a word, that in character, it makes perfect sense to disagree with this random, crazy, stupid thing that they say to do. You know? Oop. Ugh. I personally can't think of anyone who pulled off a Mary Sue in a good way. Because the very definition of a Mary Sue is a negative. So, it's like saying, can I stab you while mending your wound? I mean, with the stabbing, it's basically an into thing. Yes, I saw it, Zoan. I'm trying not to think about it. I knew about it anyways. But, that's one of the things, and I hate to say this yet again, but it's one of the things I like about Babylon 5. Babylon 5 would very rarely say, from an out-of-character perspective, this is correct. Instead, they would say, here's the issue, and they would let you decide. And they would do a surprisingly good job of showcasing the fact that the people who are disagreeing or agreeing with each other have their own points on the matter. And the show got better of that as it worked on, up until, say, Season 4, where they really nailed it. I have no idea what that means, Necro. Is what the alpha male hive mentality? So anyways, that's Medivh. He doesn't earn anything. Everyone agrees with him. He's always right. And he's amazing at everything. So, yeah. Let's stop talking about him. I think he's taken up enough of our time. I only bring him up because he's related to Garona, and we were talking about Garona. I think that's... basically, yes, Necro. Ugh. Ugh. And he's multidimensional. Sorry, forgot to add that. He's multidimensional. So he's off dying to Warhammer 40k. Now, there's one last thing to talk about with Medivh. He is of questionably canon status. As of right now, you can't convince me he is actually canon, because nothing that is cohesively canon has really showcased him. The only thing he's ever had a really strong presence in is in the comic series. He has had absolutely no presence in the game. He hasn't even been... Why is it... Oh, there's... Why do you guys put periods in there? I also disagree that Rey is a Mary Sue from episode 7, but let's not get into that argument right now. He has absolutely no presence in the game. He's not even mentioned in the game at all. In fact, he's basically anti-mentioned. The game basically pretends as if he never even existed. He has had no presence in any of the written works other than the comic. And... yeah. Now, when the Chronicles book comes around, probably to... Chronicles 2 or 3 could both reference it. Then we will be able to decide definitively 100% if he is part of actual Warcraft continuity. However, at the moment, I see no convincing evidence to say that he is. And that's also ignoring the fact that his own existence kind of contradicts existing canon in several ways. And he has no actual relevance to canon. What is the relevance of Medivh to the story? Well, you'd say that he became the new Guardian of Tirsfall, ignoring the fact that it's been referenced that they don't have a Guardian several times, and the fact that it's pretty clear that Khadgar actually took up that mantle, and the fact that despite the fact that the Kirin Tor have a very active influence against the Legion in the upcoming expansion, the Legion, which is the main job of the frickin' Guardian, Medivh hasn't been seen hide nor hair. That's like trying to say a character is canon who is a chef, and then they have this big banquet episode, and the chef is nowhere to be seen. I know that's a terrible analogy, but you get my point, right? His main purpose in existing as a Guardian is present in Legion, and he's not... We don't see him at all. Furthermore, there's also the fact that the very Guardian concept may not exist anymore. Now, I know, there was the whole new Council of Tirsfall thing, and they were making a new Guardian thing, even though they were doing it for stupid reasons, not doing it for the anti-demon reasons, nevertheless. Yeah, see, that's kind of my point, Draculus. If Medivh is actually part of the Warcraft story, he has to be in Legion. It is simply too relevant to what he's supposed to be. Now, in the interest of total honesty, I hated Ronan in the books. However, ignoring the obvious irritant of the fact that he repeats that damn speech all the time in Lorerun, if we take that fact and remove it, The way Ronan is presented in Wrath was good. In other words, they took a character who was, in my opinion, a fairly definitive Mary Sue, and turned him into at least a moderately tolerable / interesting character in Wrath. So, in other words, if they do canonize Medivh, it is still possible for them to salvage the character as long as they get him away from the reins of the idiot who was writing him. Make sense? So as much as I despise Medivh as a character, I am not automatically against his inclusion to the canon proper. I'm just saying that it's kind of contradicting existing canon right now. Deutsch, permit him, would you, real quick? And yes, that's a great question, Venters. How could he possibly have a Tish? And that hasn't been explained either. Now, someone, and I forget who, but someone amongst the writers actually said that they wanted to use him in WoW. And I forget who it is, and this was years ago. They said this, and nothing's been seen of him since, so who knows. Yes, Ronan back in the books, Day of the Dragon or whatever, was very much a Mary Sue. Again, all the same things. Great at everything, instantly. He was always right about everything. Everyone loved him. Everyone agreed with him. He was like venerated by the Night Elves and the Orcs and the Ancients, and everyone absolutely loved him and blah blah blah. So yeah, Ronan in the books, the book really was very much a Mary Sue character. I do much more prefer the way he was presented in the game, where he was presented as a voice of reason of the neutral Kirin Tor trying to get the Horde and the Alliance to understand that there's bigger things to be dealt with than their petty grievances. And he was one of the major proponents of backing the excursion against the forces of Yogg-Saron. So, well, we've been standing here for a while, haven't we? Hey, what's up, dude?
Thrall Hall.
Do you know why these ogres are here?
Be safe.
Actually, I do. I am nearing a breakthrough on imbuing armor with... Ah! Not that I'm aware, Baronessa. I thought GOG and Steam were doing... Like, I know GOG can balance off of Steam. Anywho, I am nearing a breakthrough on imbuing armor with Spellbreaker magic. If accomplished, we can equip any soldier with this. We will be unstoppable. I am not to be disturbed for any reason. The Sorcerer King is already angry at how expensive and time-consuming this is. That's because he's an idiot. The fortress is in a sorry state of disrepair. It'll be hard to improve the Spellbreaker's armor until we get this place into shape. We need space in a case of arcane mishaps, and safe areas to store materials. Make this happen quickly.
Loktar.
Okay, these orders say Reglak is in charge of something called breaker research, which makes super powerful ogres. I don't know about you, but that sounds bad. I'm pretty hurt. You can go up there and make Reglak rethink his research.
For the Horde.
Oh, great. They're pretty scared now. It's hard to do research when you're afraid of being stabbed in the back all the time.
Strength.
Burning magical paper smells really bad. Good thinking. Keeping these ogres dumb is a solid plan.
Go forth to victory.
It's not good, Felvaxis. These smart ogres have a portal working up there, and they're bringing in ogres from somewhere else. Looks like it's going to take a lot of effort to keep it open, though. If you can take it down, I'm guessing they'll be delayed quite a while.
May your blades never dull.
Deutsch. Whoa, dude. TMI, man. TMI. So let's talk about breaking. I know, we just paused to talk about Medivh and Mary Sue's and all that, but we need to talk about breaking. So, breaking is a very awesome thing that has to do with specifically crafting a magical defense against a type of magic. To explain what I mean by that a little bit better, I want you to imagine for a moment that you had the ability to make yourself completely immune to fire damage. Like, fire damage just, it doesn't affect you. Now, the Blood Elves have actually used breaking magic as well in the past. The mere fact that the ogres of the Gorian Empire have the knowledge and capacity to do breaking is indicative of how incredibly powerful and knowledgeable they are. Keep in mind, breaking is very hard to do. I would personally argue it is the single most difficult type of magic to do. Again, breaking makes you immune to a type of magic. Immune to fire, immune to frost, immune to arcane, immune to fel. Yes, there is such a thing as a fel breaker, too. Imagine being completely immune to demonic magic. Imagine what that would mean. I'm not losing frames, so I don't know. If you don't understand how that's so significant, I'm not sure there's anything else I could tell you to really help to emphasize it more. So breaking, I call it breaking technology because I'm stupid. It's all magic. Breaking is purely a magical side of things. So the Blood Elves, the Spellbreakers of the Blood Elves, believe it or not, actually have an inferior version of breaking. I know. Just what the Blood Elves have is a form of absorbing and dissipating magic on the fly. Pretty much any magic, which makes it fairly useful. However, that type of magic, it's not impossible, it's just ridiculously difficult. That's my point, Takoida. That showcases just how insanely advanced the two groups who have managed it are. Anyway, so the Blood Elves don't have proper breaking. They have kind of a band-aid breaking. Again, like you cast a spell at them and they try to dispel that spell as it's hitting them, rather than simply being immune to the damage of it. But that's more limited. They can't just do that forever. It expends of themselves in order to accomplish that. Whereas a normal breaker, an ogre breaker, would just stand there as you're flinging fireball after fireball after fireball and just laughing it off. Furthermore, a talented ogre breaker can do something even more terrifying. They basically absorb the damage to be able to cast it back out at you. Keep in mind, they're not taking damage. It's not hurting them. The fire hits them, and now they have the ability to hit you with fire. Make sense? So ogre breaking is very advanced and directly tied in with Titan technology. I'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to Highmaul. We'll actually be showing off some breakers proper there. But you might be like, why is it that they're pushing this breaker technology? Well, I said I'd mention why it is that Grom and the ogres are together, right? Yeah, basically, Takoida. So it does expend of themselves to do it. I said I'd talk about why the Highmaul ogres were allowed to continue to exist. Let's make this clear. The Iron Horde would have wiped out the Gorian Empire if they had been allowed to do so. Despite all the tremendous magical might of the Gorian Empire, they simply were not in a position to hold off that kind of military firepower. And they were losing the battle. Highmaul was under siege. So let's make this clear. So I mentioned earlier, only very, very, very specific certain ogres, Takoida. There are very few. But the ones that do, the ones that are blue mages, are basically blue mages, and all the awesomeness that implies. So Grom sent his envoy to the Gorian Empire and said, prove yourself useful. So Margok sent a personal delegation which included himself. We are under siege. After Grom. And when I say after, I mean like to meet with him, speak of diplomacy to him. The first thing Margok said is, you know, it would be easier for us to prove our use to you if you weren't actually actively destroying us right now. What I mean by that is, while they were discussing possibilities of diplomatic relations, Highmaul was still being sacked by the Iron Horde. The Iron Horde were still attacking and besieging Highmaul. So the thing is, of all the things that Margok offered to Grom, none of it was sufficient until he mentioned breaking. The fact that they have the power with it is runic magic, by the way. They actually do use runes and runic magic to accomplish breaking, so there you go. He mentioned the runic magic of breaking and how it can be used. And Grom was interested. Not because he feared fire or flame or anything like that. He said, can you break fel magic? Now, he didn't actually say this. This is brilliantly done. This short story alone says so much the power of a warlock and the power of fel magic. Yes, Baronessa. Basically, Margok and several of his soldiers were put into an arena and told to fight a couple of orcs. These orcs were in rags. They looked shriveled. as if they hadn't eaten in days. They were brutalized. They had been tortured. And the ogres look at these orcs like, you're kidding, right? That's what we have to fight? Well, all of those orcs were warlocks. And those warlocks decimated the venerated, skilled, magically powerful, martially powerful ogres. Those few deprived, gearless warlocks absolutely devastated the ogres. It wasn't until some last-minute efforts by Margok and, I forget his name. I could look his name up really quick, because it's the boss we fight there. Korog. He was there at that fight. It was some last-ditch efforts on behalf of the two of them that they managed to craft runes on the spot that would break fell magic. Keep in mind, breaking fell magic had never happened before, so they weren't really sure if it could function. But it can. You can break fell magic, and they did it. And because of the fact that they were able to make Fellbreakers, Grom decided to allow the Gorian Empire to continue to exist. His price was for them to teach Fellbreaking and breaking in general to the Iron Horde. Now that was actually fairly recent to modern events, but that is why the Gorian Empire still exists, is because they offered something brand new to them. Now Margok has been playing a weird balancing game. He has been researching breaking and Fellbreaking extensively. He has been pouring the full might of the coffers of Highmaul. All the slaves, all the money, all the personnel, all the supplies, everything needed in order to satisfy this technology. Not because he was going to give it over to the Iron Horde, but because he wanted it for his own purposes. Because basically Margok is desperately trying to figure out some way out from underneath the Iron Horde's hammer. Yes, I will be talking about it, absolutely, mentors. As much as there's not much to talk about, but I will be talking about it. This is why... So, yes, there are some of the ogres are sufficiently skilled magicians, and I want to stress, some of the ogres are sufficiently skilled to put even the Blood Elves to shame. And even the old Night Elves. This is why I kept comparing the ogres to the Night Elves. The old Night Elves, the ones under Ashara, because their knowledge of magic is insanely advanced. And again, the mere fact that they can do proper spell breaking is crazy advanced. Well, that's a little bit of a variant, Necro. That guy, you're referring to Korog, the guy I just mentioned here. Korog here, he's unique. You see his runes there, carved across him? Those are the breaking runes, carved literally into his skin. It is worth noting, even an ogre who is broken, who has the broken runes put into him, not all of them survive. In fact, less than half of them survive that process. It is so damaging, carving those runes directly into their flesh. Korog here, he is a multi-breaker. I want to save talking about him until we're actually fighting him, though, because I'm going to show him off when we actually do Highmaul. A half ogre, half blood elf. Anyways. Wait, I've got it. It would look like this.
Wow, look sexy.
Anyways, so that's breaking in a nutshell. It also helps to explain why they are spending so much time and effort and resources trying to advance breaking, and why they want to understand a new type of breaking. So what they do, obviously, is they carve the runes directly into you, and that makes you, the person, your soul, if you will, immune to a type of magic, right? What they want is they want to be able to put those runes into armor, and they have thus far failed. My personal theory on that is because I think the runes require a soul to anchor themselves to be able to accomplish breaking in general. And keep in mind, breaking is ridiculously advanced magic. So I think that's why they haven't succeeded thus far at armored breaking runes. However, if they were to accomplish that, they could basically carve breaking runes into armor, no need to kill ogres to do it anymore, and just put that armor on an entire army. Now again, you know, multi-breaking isn't really a thing except for Korog, but imagine having an entire army of people who are, you know, and this division is immune to fire, and this division is immune to frost, and this division is immune to the arcane. Imagine what that would be able to accomplish. Like, think about that for a moment. I'll talk about adventures, don't you worry. Whoa. Anyhow, so, that's what he's trying to accomplish here.
Think you can take a disciple of the Sorcerer King? I am Grand Magister. Reglock.
I was actually going to say, I was actually going to make that exact point myself, Necro. Given the tremendous skill with enchanting that the Burning Blade have, it would be very interesting to me if they had the ability to craft breaking into weapons. So, this guy right here is a windbreaker. Fnarf, fnarf. Go ahead, get it out of your system. As you can see, though, it's not just the fact that he is immune to air damage. He's also using it against us. And being completely immune to its negative effects. Hey, what's up? Listen, I don't want you to keep this portal open. Think you could close this portal for me? Really appreciate it. Thanks, buddy. I'm just gonna close this. Oh, you're gonna be in my way? Okay, hang on. There we go. Down you go. Damn it. Also note, once again, the difference between the Ogre Mages cast-wise and the Ogre Warriors is made pretty distinct amongst the ones you fight. And the fact that the little, you know, the ones who have the swords and the shields are usually the duh kind of ogres, whereas the ogres who have arcane magic all speak normally. Yeah, I wasn't making the joke to make that clear. I was just pointing out that he was someone who was a spellbreaker of the element of air, is how I would phrase that sentence. Anyways, now what Takoida mentions and what Rory mentions makes me think of how I could make, how you could make a breaker armor or breaker weapons. In other words, if you just bind a soul to the armor or to the weapon and then use that soul to power the breaking runes themselves, that might actually work. Yes and no with regards to a Fellbreaker being able to utilize... Holy crap. A Fellbreaker being able to utilize Fell. A Fellbreaker can utilize Fell, but it still consumes their soul in the process. They are immune to Fell magic itself, not actually the consequences of Fell magic, if that makes sense. In other words, you could fling demonic spells at them, and they're like... But ironically, that theoretically means a Fellbreaker would actually have even less of a lifespan than a Warlock would. Because they would constantly be hit by demonic magic, and then using it back at someone, you know, double dipping, if you will.
What can I help you with? Strength. Loktar, Commander.
We stopped him for the time being. I think they'll come up with a more permanent solution. Back in Highmaul, plotting new versions of the Breakers. I think a visit to the Ogre capital is long overdue.
Our spirit will triumph.
Oh, I'm sure they're going to be in eternal torment, Rory. I'm not really being facetious about that. It's absolutely horrible. That soul gets to enjoy a lot of unpleasantness. Actually, I just talked about the Adventures. But yes, what the Blood Elves in Warcraft 3 used was an inferior version of Spellbreaking. So speaking of quests that irritate me. So, if you're an Alliance, you just come here to help out Talar. Talar being a Draenei town, of course. If you're a Horde, they have to constantly snark about, oh, filthy Alliance scum, while you're helping them.
Talk to me.
But anyway, we still help them at least. Glad that Agra sent you, Commander. This situation's grim. It's about to get grimmer.
Bye-bye now.
The war song. Come and kill the Draenei Rangers. No letting them have the place. You and me, we gonna kill them all. You be distracting them. I be using my lore to finish them off. You see.
Stay away from the voodoo.
3 of my shadow hunters come here. The war song, kill them. We need to get their souls to move on. Just in case you find them first, use this here on your bodies. It send their souls to Samadhi, lower of the grave.
Okay.
The
Be
Legion's
careful,
end
man.
draws near.
The war song pack leader is trying to raise Talar's shield. If Kargora does that, the war song will have an impervious base. So far they've only managed to initiate the shield. This has the undesirable effect of protecting the pack leader and their shaman at the main crystal. Activate the crystals on the perimeter of Talar. That will force the shield to deploy. Once you do that, Korga will be exposed.
Favor the road traveled by few.
I have to admit, that would be a little bit of a overpowered class to implement in gameplay, wouldn't it? Although I gotta tell you, a fully anti-mage boss would be pretty cool. And I don't mean like Krog... What's his freaking name? Korag was. He wasn't really anti-mage, but we'll talk about him when we get to Highmaul. I kind of want to save that. You know what? I'm sorry, I haven't shown you guys what this is like yet, have I? Hey guys, I'm a tank. I'm a tank. I'm a tank. I'm gonna kill y'all cause I'm a tank. Burn. Everything burns. Missiles. Missiles. And fire. So here you go, guys. This is what you get for getting the tank. I hope it was worth it. It actually lasts for a decent while. In fact, I think it lasts until it dies. A wonderful combination. Okay. Yeah, I remember when bosses used to be immune to damage types. Like fire. I am killing them with fire, yes. Oh, by the way, my tank can jump. Favorite vehicle section? That's a really tough question. There's so many good ones. I don't think I have an answer for that one. I think the only thing to do is do some sweet jumps. Yeah! Yes! Ooh, playable tanks! Alright, we're done. I need to interact with stuff. I can't yet, Taitu. It's not out for another week and a half. Yes, vehicle combat. So for those of you not aware, give up. I'm in the air. You can't aggro me. There you go. Technically, okay. So when they first were announced, when they first started doing vehicle combat, was in Wrath, right? It wasn't intended to be vehicle combat though. It was actually originally intended to be vehicular combat, and vehicular combat was going to be this big thing where you'd just be able to fight, you know, in a vehicle, you know, wherever. That kind of got mutated and warped into what we now know as the vehicle mechanic. Really? So in several cases, we do actually do what is effectively mounted combat in this game. Because of the vehicle sections. Hey, Bimpin. I can't possibly pick a favorite. There's too many. No, I'd prefer the Lotro method. So for those of you not aware, in Lotro you do have like this whole separate thing. Mechanic, leveling system, etc. for mounted combat, and it's awesome. What's this? I be dead. Ugh. I gotta haunt this war song forever. Stay away from the voodoo. No, Magister. I will be doing a live discussion like we did with Civil War and X-Men Apocalypse. That's what I will be doing with regards to Warcraft. Don't worry, I'm pretty sure the WoW Lorerun will be done by then. If we're not done by the end of this week, I'm doing something really wrong. Secretly, I've always been a reviewer. I think Baronessa got there too. I appreciate the blessing, man. The Lord of the Grave smile upon ya. There's something in Ashogun pulling on me, soul. I think I'm gonna have a look. Yes, I have huge plans for the finale, by which I mean no, none at all. I mean, I hate to say that, but Warlords ends on such a note that there's really no way to make this big event of it. Not really. Well then, yes, there will be a discussion. Let's see. The 11th, which is a Saturday, we will be having a discussion stream about the Warcraft movie. You know, Necro, I'd like to explain around that. But I got nothing. The best explanation I could come up with is that it was actually the war song that had captured her, and our troll was just a dick and didn't let her go. Thank you, man. These war song be tricksy. Got a drop of the old Joanne. I'm off to Samadai's realm. I be seeing ya. It'll never happen, Lurker. Or maybe it'll happen as soon as I'm done with the WoW Lorerun, which will never happen. Well, the highest point in the game is actually the very top of Icecrown Citadel. In fact, Icecrown Citadel actually goes above the roof ceiling of the setting. AKA, there's no way to go further up, even though the castle, or the Citadel itself, goes further up. Legion is going to be wrapping up a bunch of plot threads, but I don't think it's going to be the end, any kind of end of WoW. They're just tying up a bunch of stuff. As they should. Far too many plot threads have been left dangling over the past 10 years.
How are ya?
Oh, that was fun. We working nicely together, you and me, Vavaxis.
Be seeing ya.
They're moving on to a better place. Somebody be sending them on all their missions now. Thank you, Vavaxis.
Stay away from the voodoo.
Soon the shield's gonna cover all of Talar. Then we all be trapped inside together. Then we go kill the pack leader. The time has come, Commander. Pack leader Kargor and the Arcanite shield are no longer protected. We need to kill her, destroy her shield crystal.
Be seeing ya.
The shield be up.
Now be time to strike. Kill Kargor. Get that shield back down. Okay, we'll do it in the mountains. But legitimately, I don't actually have a big plan for a finale, because Warlords really does just kind of peter out. Okay, I'm lying. I have a plan for a finale, but it's not big. I wouldn't get hyped for it. It's just a little thing, okay? Are you dead yet? Don't worry, Mon. I keep these raiders off your back. I'll take that as a compliment. Although, to quote the trolls, what do you mean, what kind of accent is this? It's a troll accent! Yeah, I swear you're making me crazy. Hey look, lots of flying back and forth. You think this is bad? Imagine what this would be like without flying. This is kind of what I meant by the whole Nagrand feels a little padding, because it's just, alright, go do this quest, and then run back, and then go do this quest, and then run back. Yep. It's pretty, at least. Right? It does look like Nagrand, so I'll give it that. Now, the problem is going to come if this doesn't follow through, because that means I'm going to have to do the junk quests in order to get to the good quests. And I really don't want to do that.
The Horde has important work here.
I'm sorry to hear about Kajas's Shadowhunters, but we can't afford to let the Warsong have to lar. With the death of Kargora and her pack, we are one step closer to the invasion of the Warsong's home, Grommashar. One step closer to justice.
For the Horde.
This will actually be the first time I have ever done Nagrand with flying. I'm serious. I've always had to do this on the ground before. So I've never gotten the experience of being able to zoom around before. Hello.
So Mom's not home, but I have to head to work.
Okay. Is she still down?
Still napping.
She's kind of late, but okay.
She normally sleeps for 2 to 3 hours.
Hang on a second. Yes, there was a puppy. Duratan has taken most of our forces west. He's established a forward base along the Skysong River. He'll want to know that we're almost ready to move against Grommashar. I'm sure he'll also appreciate your help dealing with the Warsong at Lokroth.
We must defeat the ogres, the Burning Blade, and the orcs at Lokroth. Then we'll be ready to move on Grommashar.
Your presence has been requested at the Throne of Elements. Farseer Drekthar heard the call of the Furies upon the wind, and made the journey to commune with the elements. The Farseer sent word that you are to join him at the throne. Go see what the elements would have of you.
Run our enemies into the
Such
ground.
a long journey.
It is, if we're doing it by foot. But we're not yet.
Finally implemented flying in there.
Well, obviously, as you can see. Yeah, like I said, this is my first time flying in Nagrand. It is worth noting, several people have asked me about the elemental lords of Draenor. Now, we do know Kryuk, or Kyruk, or however the hell you say his damn name, is effectively the elemental fire lord of Draenor. But the thing is, the way it works here is a little bit different. Instead of back to... Of course it can, Darlix. Instead of back on Azeroth, where there's the elemental lord and then everyone else, and they have their own little, system of a hierarchy. Here, there's all sorts of groups called the Furies. Bye.
Bye, stream.
She says bye, and now she's gone. Yeah, so instead of the lords, we have the Furies. And I like that because it kind of helps to inform the difference, just in the terms of the infrastructure of the world, between Azeroth and Draenor. And Azeroth we have a hierarchy of lords and princes and all that fun stuff. And here we have Furies. Again, it's that whole savage thing. So here are the Furies of air, the Fury of water, and the Fury of fire. And for some reason there's no Fury of earth. I don't know what's up with that. But anyways...
How goes the fight?
Thrumcar, Volvoxus. All is not right in Nagrand. It is good that you are here.
For the Frost Wolves.
It was not long after I arrived that the voices of Calandrios called to me upon the wind. It is great honor to be called to the Throne of Elements, but my heart was heavy sensing the purpose. There is a dark malaise in the air. It can be felt all around us, surrounding all life here, enveloping, smothering. Come, it is time we commune with the Furies and lend them our aid. An invisible shadow has been cast upon this valley, and it may be up to us to remove it.
When you are ready, I will commune with the great Furies.
I'm ready.
Furies of the Throne of Elements, we answer your call.
If we don't, something's wrong,
How may
Zoan.
we serve?
Although I do have to apparently watch Mini-Zan for a bit here.
Presence grows in the west. Gordog, the great earthen fury, has gone missing.
Well, that sucks. Did I interrupt the story?
This land needs you.
I think I did. By flying around. Either that or the other players getting in the way.
You must listen to the land.
Okay. So anywho, yeah, so I may have to pause here to watch after Mini-Zan, just a heads up. Sorry. Nothing for it. I really, really want to finish Nagrand today. Even if I have to stream late, I will probably end up doing that. Then again, I might not, just because of the fact that I want to basically take Nagrand straight into a series of quests.
Tell me, what do you see?
Well, this is an interesting bug. Let's try that again.
Who's there when you are ready? Furies of the Throne of Elements.
I'm just gonna stand
we
here.
Answer your call.
Standing here.
How may we serve?
A dark presence grows in the west. Gordog, the great earthen fury, has gone missing.
Without a fury of earth upon the throne, the elemental bonds that hold this world together weaken.
The balance has been disrupted. The elemental plateau has grown unstable and must be purged.
Hello, little one.
If left imbalanced, the elements will rage across this valley, tearing all life asunder.
Gordog must be found and returned to the throne.
The fate of the elements rests in your hands.
Your will is understood. Gordog will be found and the balance restored.
Sorry, guys. Like I said, I told you I'd have to do it.
This land needs
I fear this disturbance is more dire than I anticipated. Whatever it is, it threatens to unravel the elemental bonds that hold this world together.
Run with the
Many shaman have sought the favor of the Throne of Elements. Forming an elemental bond with the Furies allows a shaman to not only know the will of the elements on Draenor, but also tap into a great font of elemental power. If you are to discover the truth behind Gordog's disappearance, you'll need to succeed where others have failed and undertake the ritual of binding. First, you must prepare yourself. Seek out the elemental pillars and attune your spirit to the elements.
Only when you are attuned to the elements will you be able to undertake the ritual of binding.
I may have to cut this off for a bit. I'll be right back. You say hi to the stream?
I'm waving this one.
You are? Well, I can't see it. You gotta wave your other hand. Wave your other hand. Your left hand. Like this. Since the beginning, a shaman has been called to serve the throne of elements as its keeper. It is a lifelong calling, and a new keeper is only called after the last has passed on. Garok has been our loyal keeper for many years, cleansing the elemental plateau during countless cycles of rebirth. Our keeper is dying. Soon, another will be called to take his place. When he passes, he should not be alone. So we will give him hugs, okay? Do you want to give him hugs?
Yeah.
He's been very loyal.
He's gonna die.
It's okay. He will die peacefully.
But where are those guys?
Earth, wind, and fire. And water. The elemental plateau has become unstable.
There's fire.
Yes, it is. And so the cycle of rebirth.
And it's a little one.
Do you see a little fire, too?
Yeah.
Do you see a big fire?
Yeah.
Are we talking to the big fire?
Yeah.
The big fire says, it is a natural part of our life cycle that impurities are accumulated in the elemental body over time. When enough contamination has been taken place... Jaina, stop. Uncle Magus is talking, okay? Can you stop for a minute?
No.
Then you have to leave.
I don't wanna.
Then you have to be silent, okay? Can you be silent for 2 minutes? Please? When enough contamination has taken place, an elemental will become unstable and in some cases volatile. A necessary part of rebirth is pure living essence, which can be found atop the plateau, as well as in the body of an elemental spirit. The elemental plateau is sanctuary to the elemental spirits of Nagrand. The greatest among the elementals on the plateau are the Guardians, mighty spirits that watch over their domain. The Guardians are pure and mighty, but a disturbance in the natural balance has caused them to grow unstable. In order to restore the balance, the Guardians must be destroyed. Only then will the cycle begin anew.
What does the little one say?
The little ones don't say anything, little one. See? They just wander around like this. See how they're wandering?
Yeah, what are they wandering for?
Because they're little, but the big one, he's so large, he doesn't need to wander. He just stands there. And he goes...
Why do they don't have feet?
They don't need feet. They are made of fire. Just as these don't need feet because they are made of water. And these don't need feet because they are made of air. But you know what does need feet?
What?
Earth. See how Earth has feet?
What's he doing with feet?
They're walking on feet just like you do.
But where is he?
He's right there.
That's a rhinoceros.
It is a rhinoceros made of rock and gemstone. Do you see the gems?
Yeah.
What color are they?
Green.
Does that make them emeralds?
Yeah.
That's right.
But have you ever seen pink gems?
A weaker, but same equivalence, Venters. And yes, I have seen pink gems. The Draenei have many pink gems, as do the Naru, little one.
Yeah. But who has gold gems and silver gems?
Those would be the Protoss. You don't really see them around here much, but they do have really fancy gems.
Speak.
Calandriel sent you to see me. I am honored. The Furies are wise and know the burdens of my heart.
They both.
You see all the flowers?
What the little ones say?
There's no little ones here. There's just that orc. Orc. Do you see the orc?
Yeah.
Can you say orc?
No.
Say it.
I can't.
You can do it,
I
Jaina.
can't.
You can do it or be defeated.
I'm breaking the tree logs.
You're breaking the trees?
Yeah.
Those poor trees. As you may not know, you have been sent to grant a last request to a dying shaman.
Why is it?
For this, I am grateful. Many years ago, I had a life mate, Dahaka. Essence. We were only bound a short time before she was taken from me. I have lived long, but I have never known greater pain than that day. I was young and my grief was great. The earth quaked beneath my rage. I laid her to rest on this very cliff. This is where I will rest too. But first, I need a favor. A rare bloom that grows in a cave within the fiery, molten earth of the plateau. It was her favorite. I would lay the flowers upon her grave one more time before I die. Is he saying anything? I don't have my headphones on right now. The fire and thorns of the Ember Blossom have always reminded me of her strength and conviction. Now this is funny, because this is a tie-in into BC in a way that most people aren't even aware of. And I imagine most of you would have had to look this up if you were aware of the connection at all.
Where's she going?
I don't know. Think we can find it?
Yeah.
We're gonna try. We might fail. Because I don't actually remember where it is. Yeah, I don't remember what's voice acted and what isn't. It's not the most consistent thing in the world. Hello, Thomas. Thomas? Thomas?
What's Thomas doing?
I don't know. What is Thomas doing?
He's flying.
See, I wouldn't allow the little one around, say, GTA 5, because GTA 5 is pretty horrible. But
GT4.
I've played Diablo 3 with her sitting on my lap, for instance.
Warcraft.
Hey, look!
There's
Oh, whoops. Hang on.
Why is there a water guy?
Hey, Jane, can you say hashtag other players?
Hash bomb.
Hashtag.
I wanted to say hash bomb.
Okay, hash bomb other players.
I already said it.
Say it again.
Hash bomb.
Other players.
Hash bomb. Hash bomb.
Okay. Now I tickle you. Do you not want to be tickled? Okay, no tickles then. This little one is 3.5. She will be turning 4 this November. Can you say hi, Blood Elves? Wait a minute. Are you a Blood Elf?
No.
What are you?
I'm a person.
Oh, so Blood Elves aren't people?
No.
Okay, that's good to know.
Uncle Magus.
Yes, little one? Are you about to be defeated?
No.
I think you are.
Break the tree. Break the tree.
Why are you breaking the tree, little one?
Yeah.
Alright, now we need to ask Layla something. Hi.
It is a good day to fight.
So, whoops, we're not actually doing that quest yet, are we? I was kind of distracted. Skipping ahead, as per usual. Silly of me. I am attuned to the wind of Draenor. So, the Yellow Earthen Fury has abandoned the throne. The minions of Gordog must be punished. Scatter the earth like pebbles upon the wind. As you can see, the 4 elements are also in obstacle with each other here. See you around, Ezra. But they also... They aren't quite as against each other as the ones over in Azeroth were. I have to admit, I kind of wish we knew more about the specific mechanics of how the Draenor elements work. We know they work differently. We know that they function differently. We know that a lot of the infrastructure of them, their interpolitics, if you could even call it that, are completely different. We know that there's, you know, that unless they decide to retcon this, you know, there's no elemental plane. Of course I am, Thomas. On many characters, including this one. I'll take that. I admit I take after my mom in what I allow my my niece or my daughter to interact with. It's okay, though. Most of the time, if she's watching something she finds too violent, she will tell me that she doesn't like it because it's too violent. Actually, a good example of that is the movie... I don't remember the name of it now. A violent movie that was on the other day that she was watching with her grandfather. Also, I have a renewed appreciation... you know what? I'm going to save that statement. I want to say that around Shadow. I'm sure he'd appreciate me saying that. Oh my goodness. Well. Oh, there's absolutely a correlation. I am in Nagrand, Thomas. So, one of the reasons why I keep her away from certain types of imagery, I've always had the belief, and you can feel free to disagree with or agree with this at your will, no judgment, that certain types of visual and mental, or visual and audio stimuli are simply disturbing. Designed to be disturbing, usually, you know, stuff for horror, for example, is a good example, something that's deliberately disturbing. And I actually have strong memories of seeing things that were visually and audibly disturbing when I was a child that bothered me to the point where I still remember them as being disturbing nowadays. Correct, Thomas. Even though nowadays, you know, I would look at that and be like, and? Because when I was a child, I wasn't really quite programmed with the barriers I have. You know, I didn't have the kind of discipline to be able to look at that sort of stuff and be unaffected by it, right? So there are certain types of things I simply don't allow her to interact with. You know, GTA 3, for example, or actually, here's a better example, GTA San Andreas, that wouldn't be a big deal. GTA 5 goes over the line a couple of times. In fact, I've got a direct example for you. Let's see around Doc Hazard. Anyone out there remember the Ninja Gaiden arcade game? The game over screen? Anyone remember that? Anyone? Probably not. Okay, that's cool. But yes, we were about to be finished, Doc Hazard. I guess you're gone already. Well, to use a similar parallel to that, Gnarlex, damn it. Mortal Kombat 10 is something I would never allow her to look at. Mortal Kombat 10 was way over the top, in my opinion, in its violence and gore. That is something I would not accept her watching. I don't understand that question, Thomas. I mean, I'm aware of that Legion, and I've you know, read stuff about it, and I have many spoilers about it, yeah. I am not in the beta myself, nor was I in the alpha for some reason. Wow, that's a long stun. San Andreas isn't really a lot of cussing. Not really. Rewatch GTA 5 sometime. That's a lot of cussing. And yes, Legion is coming out August 30th, 2016. You see what I mean, Lurker? I saw that when I was a kid, you know, when that arcade game was new. I should check that. Okay. I have no idea how many spells I have. I'd have to manually go count. It also depends on what we're defining as a spell. Since I'm a Retribution Paladin, technically very little of what I use is actually a spell. I do like how it is air specifically that is trying to defeat rock and kill rock. It's a nice touch. I agree with you, Paladin, on both points. Well, what we're doing right now is we're trying to break apart the elements because the elements are completely imbalanced right now. No, if I was to look at this... so are you talking in lore or in gameplay terms? Because those are very different questions, Thomas. For example, if you asked in lore how many spells I'm using, I have 1, 2... 3 spells... 4. On my bar right now. But if you mean in total abilities I have, I would have to literally go manually look. So, if you want the number of abilities I have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 24, 36, 42, 43, 44. 44 abilities on my that I have at my disposal. I am now attuned to Earth. So yeah, this is actually a more important plotline than it actually looks like. Earth is not actually destabilized because the reason why everyone thinks it is. Everyone assumes it's because Gordog is missing, and while that is a byproduct of why Earth is destabilized, this is actually related to the old gods. Yes, really. Basically, they are really. Fine. Yeah, it's been raining off and on here too, Brigman. It's been weird. Basically, the old gods have finally found someone with which to extend their will into the world, and so they actually have called for the capture of several of the earthen elementals, including the Fury himself, Gordog, the one we're after. God almighty, die! It depends on which raid in particular, but yes, the way you unlock raids is by having a particular item level. I'm gonna go ahead and sit and eat after that one. Except I don't have any food. Of course I don't. So... this is something worthy of discussion, and this is another example of cut content, by the way. Yes, again. Warlords cut content, etc., etc. I guess we'll just say that every time now. So, there's this whole plotline here about how Cho'Gall has encountered the powers of the Void and is following the will of the Master. And the Master wishes to destroy all, and they use the tainted pale orcs, and they cause all their Void power to overthrow the ogres and collect the Titan runestones and blah, 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 right? Well, I have all of them unlocked on my main, Thomas. On this character, I have none of them unlocked, and never will. And so the implication here is very obvious, and they pretty much flat out say, they do not state outright, let me make that clear actually, they imply heavily but never outright state that there is any old god presence here on Draenor. It was implied in BC, and it's implied here. Yes, I did, Lava Dude. Well, Cho'Gall, we'll talk about... we actually know a decent amount about Cho'Gall's nature and why he's considered a traitor by the Gorian Empire later. It's also very logical why Margok in particular would know about him, since he and Cho'Gall were basically in cahoots, and oh my god. Holy crap. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. I think it's time to pull out a tank. I can't? Wow. Okay. Apparently, summoning a tank is an interruptible action. Who knew? These are level 100 NPCs. Or 98, I forget. I haven't been looking. So, what the hell was I saying? Here, there you go. That is a level... 99. So there's your answer. The, God, I am getting so distracted. I guess I'll just not even try. I'll continue talking about the Old God storyline when we get further. Right now we're just killing elementals for their stuff in order to try and smooth out the imbalance that was caused by the Old God influence. In lore or in gameplay, Grey Wolf? Because those are very different questions. As ever. I hate to say this, Valaquenta, but Hunter. I usually recommend Hunter if you've never played this game before. Yeah, that's pretty much my thinking too, Lava. Well, Asher is a horrible person, and definitely an ends justify the means kind of a guy. He's not a self-important dick like Werner is, who's really only after it for himself. If I'm going to take a horrible person who will help himself versus a horrible person who will help others, I'll take the horrible person who will help others. Even if he's a delusional idiot. I agree, Necro. I've said this several times in this lore run, I have long talked about how much I really do not like the idea that story content is actually locked behind difficulty. The fact that Ragnaros is permanently dead, we only see on heroic mode, to name one example of that, and there are many examples of that throughout Warcraft, and it's stupid. For reasons I've already talked about. No need to rehash that. Hunter is easy to learn and hard to master, and Hunters have a very bad reputation in this game because a lot of people who don't know what they're doing play Hunters to start because they're easy to pick up, and as a result a lot of people who are bad players tend to be Hunters. So that's why I'm always hesitant to recommend someone jump into that pit, you know. There's not a huge difference gameplay wise between the three mage classes, or three mage specs, excuse me. Frost Mage is much more about proc handling, In other words, Frost is all about knowing exactly how to layer your attacks. Frost is also much less dependent on gear. A lower eye-level Frost Mage will do much more damage than a lower-level Arcane or Fire Mage. Arcane and Fire are both very heavily dependent on gear, especially Arcane, which is all about staggering the blast buffs and utilizing those properly. So basically, you build up a static resource, which makes it more costly and expensive to function, and then you burn that in order to increase your damage. Fire, I gotta be 100% honest, I haven't actually played Fire in Warlords, so going from Pandaria, Fire in Pandaria was all about staggering the dots and having the big procs of boom, 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 to hit very, very hard in a very, very short period of time. Very bursty damage. They got rid of rolling ignites, so you can no longer have the dot that lasts forever and just constantly has more and more and more damage added to it. But, you know, there's still other aspects of it that are good. Yeah, Barrage is an amazing ability when used properly. It's a very irritating ability when not used properly. The fury of Earth is missing. The minions of Aborius do nothing to aid the throne. If the waters refuse to flow, we shall boil them. So if you're kind of seeing here, each of the other three Furies has their own belief, basically, and what exactly should be done to stabilize the balance between the... this is gonna hurt. Stabilize the balance caused by Gordog's absence. When I say Furies, I mean the Guardians. The Furies are the ones trying to fix things. The Guardians and the lesser minions are the ones who are like... Wah. Yes, you can quote me on that. Wah. Also, there's Earth right there, okay? No, I'm kidding. In lore, Sylvanas is the only one who makes the trip. That's one of the reasons why when I did it, I made a point of doing it on the Alliance. If there's any... I have seen no indications that Sylvanas actually went through that. In fact, she actually basically acts like none of the revelations that happened in that dungeon actually existed. For her, I mean. That she was never a part of that. By contrast, Jaina references those events later on, so... It's actually a bit of a shame. I think it would have been kind of cool if they kind of blended the two into one. I think that would have worked pretty nicely, actually. But, whatever. Gotta have that Horde Alliance dichotomy, otherwise, I mean, who would even play this game, right? Oh, finally. I have no idea, Greywolf. Like I said, I haven't even played Fire in Draenor. Arcane looks simple, but is very difficult to master. Squeezing out the potential of Arcane is much more difficult than it sounds. And there's a huge difference between a good Arcane Mage and a bad Arcane Mage. I suppose Frost is probably the easiest to master. To learn, to master. Yeah, I know, right, Gnarlix? I really don't get what they were going with that. But whatever, as usual. Oh my goodness. I think I'm about to die. Now I'm about to die. Maybe. Maybe not. Holy crap, we're doing this just to get a flower for someone so he can have this one particular flower on his deathbed. I hope he appreciates this. Hey, I got a molten core. This molten core appears to be the mutated remains of an elemental that consisted of both earth and fire. Slag elements should not exist on the plateau where the elements live in purity. You decide the course should be taken to Incineratus. Perhaps the great fury of fire will let you know what to make of this core in your battle with Magmire. I have not, actually, Vandalia. I'm not really sure what there is to discuss about it right now. Now, in Legion, that's a bit of a different story. So, for those of you not aware, in Legion, one of the things they are attempting to do, who knows if they'll succeed or not, is they're trying to basically make it so each spec is a different class. In every way that matters, in lore and gameplay. And so they're trying to differentiate the specs considerably from each other, whereas they're not super differentiated right now. And of course, each spec gets its own mini-story just to each spec. Not each class, each spec. So that's kind of neat. Bring to me the living essence of the elements that I might plant the seeds of rebirth. You've done well. Although the elemental plateau is no longer stable, the cycle of rebirth will soon take place, and the elements will be reborn anew. Each of the guardians you put to rest were once mighty and noble elemental spirits. In time, each shall be reborn anew through the I have no idea what you mean by that, Deutsch. By the cycle of rebirth. But Gordog must be found and balance restored, lest the plateau become unstable yet again. Slag elementals should not exist on the plateau. The plateau has grown unstable, causing elemental spirits to devolve and mutate. So long as an earthen fury is absent from the throne, the imbalance will worsen. Gordog must return! Gordog, Jim Dark Magic.
Who is there?
You've done well, Vavoxus. By linking each of the 4 elemental pillars, you have attuned your life energy to the elements on Draenor. You are ready to undertake the ritual of binding. Speak to me when it is finished and we will begin.
Spirits walk with you.
What did you use up your data on, Braywin? Wait, let me guess. Overwatch. No, I kid.
What is it?
Do you have my Ember Blossom? This is a fine Ember Blossom that you have brought to me. I know the danger you faced to retrieve it, and I thank you. You're welcome, Exardiel. I'm glad you liked it. That's not 100% true, Draculus. Each spec has a different story. You can do all 3 stories on one character, but each spec still has a different story, with their own little artifact story chain. To say otherwise is being disingenuous towards the effort they're putting into it. It's not like you just hit a button and you get another artifact. You go through the whole story that the other spec got. Yeah, no kidding, Gnarlex. In a cave not far from here lives an old woman named Chael. I knew Chael many years ago when I was young. Though I have become old and gray, she has kept her youth and beauty. Chael was jealous of my love for Dahaka, and I've long suspected Chael had a part in her death, but without evidence I could not bring justice against her. Meet with Chael and tell her I am dying. Tell her I wish to know the truth before I leave this world. I've always suspected... Yeah, you already said that. So, this is an interesting callback. In Outland, there's this NPC called Chael, who is this young orc woman surrounded by horrible things like skulls and whatnot. And there's like no quests to do with her, no dialogue with her. It's just this random woman of... Oh, that's odd. And there are a couple of weird things about her. Well, here she is, in the past.
Everybody pulls their weight.
I wish to know the truth about Dahaka. What did you know of her death? So that poor fool Garok is dying and wishes to know the truth. I remember Dahaka. She was as you see me now. Until I drained the life from her wretched body. Garok is a fool. I would have shared this power with him. I will devour you. Nom, 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 nom. Tasty blood. Nom, nom, nom. Cower before my true power. And as you can see now, she's a troll. Even though, yeah, you get my point. Actually, I'm pretty much with you on that, Lava Dude.
Speak.
Chill, that inquisitus wretch. If only I had proof of her treachery long ago, I would have ripped the villainous heart from her chest, crushed it beneath my foot. You have brought me the truth as I asked. For that you have my thanks.
What is it?
These mortal shells we call bodies are not ours to keep. The body is a gift of the earth, that one day must be returned from whence it came. The time has come for this body to return to the elements. Know that you have lifted the weight from an old heart, Valvaxis. I pass on from this realm, and I do so without regret. I have fought on behalf of my people, my land, and the elements. It would honor me if you would stay during these final moments, Paladin. My time is at an end, but I die knowing I have honored her memory. His body grows weary, Valvaxis. His old eyes darken. Garok, my mate. I have stood with you as breath upon the wind. I have watched as you lived with honor, and my love has not waned. Rise, husband. Your ancestors call. Reunited we shall answer. Dahaka, it is your call I have waited so long to hear. Now, what's interesting is they head that direction. I know you can't quite see it, but that mountain right there is actually Oshagun. Think about that when we get there. That would be absolutely insane, Vandalia. And incredibly unwieldy. I'm not sure they could even pull it off. Yeah, I have no idea why she was a troll, by the way. That actually makes no sense to me. I could pull some big theory thing from that, but honestly, I think that's just a... And here she was she was in BC, you know. I don't know. Unless there's some multi-dimensional troll. Multi-dimensional time-traveling troll. Garok was a loyal keeper and a true friend. He will be missed, but so is the cycle of life in this world. In time we will call a new keeper, and he will serve us as Garok did before him. Isn't it a wonderful honor to be called upon to serve the elements? To be their whipping boy. Oh, sorry. Ham.
How goes the fight?
The ritual has become... The time has come for you to undertake the ritual of binding, Valvaxis. This ancient shamanistic rite has been practiced since long before I was born. To be chosen is a great honor. Many shamans see vivid elemental visions during the rite, experiencing this world through the very bonds that hold it together. When you are ready, speak with Calandrios to begin the
Run
rite.
with the pack.
Yeah, no, right, Bernissa. Hey, it's Oshagun. Ah, there's the pink crystals I promised her. Hey, it's Gordog. Hi, Gordog. Something's wrong with you, dude? It's almost like you're twisted by void energy. Oh, hey, Cho'Gall. How's it going?
Cho'Gall, I sent you here to enslave this thing. Where is my power, ogre? Your power? It's my power! You will obey, disciple. Hand over its reins. I think not. We're done taking orders from you. We've learned much from Quore. We're writing a book. You're insane. Run away, old man! Soon, Highmaul will burn. Then, the world.
So yeah, that's what's actually going on here. The elements aren't naturally out of balance. They're kind of being warped by a void Naru.
Tell me, what do you see?
These are truly dark days. Cho'Gall has invaded the heart of Oshugun, draining the Naru of its life. He seeks to destroy the Naru, birthing a dark void creature in its place. I like how Gul'dan is like, wow, you're insane. Also, when Gul'dan calls you insane, that's saying something.
Spirits walk with you.
The elements have spoken and a vision revealed. Together we must put an end to the dark disturbance at Oshugun. Yes and no, Draculus. Basically, no. I'll talk about it. But I will not be doing Mythic. Sorry, guys. If what you saw in the vision is to be believed, great danger awaits us. I will meet you in the Spirit Woods at the foot of Oshugun. Speak with Gizmo Money Cash.
Be cautious.
Okay. Yeah, seriously, Deutsch. Okay, so let me check something. Do I have to do that to unlock that one? No, I don't think I do. Okay. Could somebody do an uptime command really quick, please? Please.
Yo!
Oh, excuse me. So some of you are probably wondering what we're talking about with the mythic Highmaul thing. In Mythic Highmaul, I mentioned before, and I've talked many times. Yeah, I know, right, Vandalia? Although he probably had Old God help here, too. Or at least Void help. He definitely had Void help, but there's hints that there's an Old God here, too. He keeps referring to the Dark Master and wanting the Titan artifacts for the Master and blah, blah, blah. Anyways, so... And a lot of extremely relevant story stuff has happened in Heroic-only difficulty. This is not the only exception to that. So, in this case, when you fight the last boss of Highmaul, the Imperator, Margok, who I've mentioned several times before, when you're in Mythic difficulty, after you defeat Margok, Cho'Gall shows up and kills him. And then you fight Cho'Gall. So... You'd think that something that's that lore relevant, would be not in Mythic. But they've been doing that since freaking Kata, I think, is actually when they've started doing that. So, shrug.
You must listen to the land.
I mean, Ra Den was a Mythic-only equivalent, to use another example of that. It's been many years since I set foot in these woods. I was last here for the Kusharg, many years ago, when this place shared amongst all clans. Those days have passed, and now only the war song banner flies here. The spirits of the dead have long been drawn to Oshugun. As long as I can remember, the woods have filled with ancestral spirits, making a ghostly pilgrimage to the heart of the mountain. However, I fear what is transpiring here is not the normal spirit walk. Make your way to the grounds and commune with the spirits.
For the Frost Wolves.
Even as we speak, the Pale within Shadowfall Canyon are enslaving the elements to their will. Many elemental spirits have already been enthralled, and more will follow. The Pale must be stopped, and the elements they enslave set free. Journey in the Shadowfall Canyon and set free those furies which are not fully enthralled by the Pale. As for the elements already enslaved by the Pale, the only mercy we can give them now is to release their bonds through death.
You bring honor to our clan.
The Pale are wretched creatures that hide beneath the ground, ever plotting against those who dwell on the surface. They stalk the Underpale, a twisted, dark cavern beneath Oshugun. If we are to succeed in stopping Cho'Gall, we must fight our way through their ranks beneath the earth. Make your way into the cavern, slay the creatures, and take out the Pale leader, Grayseer.
Spirits walk with you.
And then you must destroy Sororoxus. The Warsong clan, in their lust for dominance, have turned to darkness for power. Dark shamanism is a loathsome, dangerous practice that abuses the gift bestowed upon them. There's one amongst the Warsong that calls out the loudest to the void, an elder shaman named Kulroth. Slay him and the rest of his dark shaman. Yes, by the way, that's right. They're practicing dark shamanism here on Draenor, just like they did back in Azeroth. Good thinking, guys. No longer do the war songs seek to be one with the elements. Instead, they abuse it, channel the darkness of the void. I will not tolerate these rituals to continue. Locate the ritual totems of the war song and use them, and that they use to channel the void and destroy them. The gift of the elements was not given to the orcs to be defiled and used as a plaything. The Iron Horde takes what it wants! Oh, sorry. Let's see if we got that quest. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do this now. I'm tired. I really wish I had more to discuss with regards to the old god connection on Draenor. But I'm just going to have to say something, and I'm sure you guys are kind of tired of hearing me say at this point, which is to say, Warlords cut content. There are several hints. It's all the vague kind of foreshadowy sort of hints about there being old gods here on Draenor and the powers of the void, blah, 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 blah. But they never actually could continue on it. It's just like, there's void, old god stuff here, the end. And that's basically it. Literally the last we see of it is the Cho'Gall encounter in mythic-only Highmaul. And that's it. That's the end of it. Oh my goodness, excuse me. It is worth noting the Pale don't generally belong to any given clan any more than, several others belong to the clan. In fact, it's very logical why so many of the Pale end up becoming members of the Shattered Hand clan. I mean, what else are they going to do? What other lives do they think they have? That and Draenor... someone in chat said this once, and I agree with this concept wholeheartedly. I really feel like Blizzard listens to the wrong feedback. I get that they do listen to feedback from their fans, and that's great. But they always seem to listen to the wrong feedback. They always seem to listen to people who whine and bitch and complain and moan. And I have this very strong feeling that the very loud, screaming, screeching chorus complaining about orc fatigue is the reason they cut so much content from Warlords and basically decided to just abandon it entirely and rush ahead with Legion. Now, I'm not saying that's solely the fault of the complainers, but yeah, I would be very surprised if it was not a major contributing figure. Major contributing aspect? No. Formula? Major contributing... part of the problem. Factor! That is the word I was thinking of. God! You can tell I'm really getting worn out here. Spend my entire morning watching after an excitable 3-year-old and then I immediately get back to work. I probably should have just taken the day off. I am really out of it. Anywho. And yeah, they definitely had some internal issues, and we kind of already talked about one of those. The fact that their two writing teams literally couldn't agree on things really didn't help stuff. We'll actually be talking about that yet again when we get to patch 6.2, because there's going to be something in patch 6.2 which is what I like to call a skeleton. I've used this concept before. It's when an entire story isn't there because it wasn't written or whatever, but you can see the skeleton of the story that was supposed to be. You know what I mean? There is the skeleton of sense in the 6.2 patch, and you'll see what I mean when I showcase it to you, and it'll be like, aha, that's... And what I mean by that is the skeleton is what should have been, or what could have been, or the way they could have taken the story, that kind of a thing. And instead they didn't. It basically went into a completely different direction. They abandoned that potential. Also, someone's whispering to me as we walk through here. Let's see. I see a delicious, fleshy paladin. Do you like what you see before you? Cho'Gall has taught us so much. Okay, fine, I'll kill you. If you really want to die, I'll kill you. Yes, closer, Paladin. Delve deeper, and I will show you the true power of the Pale. Our master has been so good to us. You know what? Why are you guys evading nonstop? Dude, what the? Whatever. Master has made us strong! Behold his gifts. It could be Bragwin. In fact, if that whole theory about them fleeing to the skyship is correct, if you think about it, abandoning the ground and fleeing into a skyship does make a degree of sense if you're fleeing from something that's so buried into the earth, you know? Like the old gods. He just evade reset. I may be about to die because he just evade reset. Hang on. In case you can't tell what he was doing right there, he was attacking me by viciously puking on my face. Note to self, buy some food next time I'm in town. I actually tried to, Mikros, and I just screwed it up. I was like, quick, nope, and yeah, I screwed it up. Yes, he was literally attacking me by puking on my face, viciously. I'll never do it, Gnarlex. Never. Hey, Drekthar.
Who is there?
I have encountered evil in many places. Even deep within my own soul, I have seen dark shadows of what could be. However, the evil in the hearts of the Pale defies explanation. It is a dark, loathing, and miserable in a way I have never encountered.
Run with the pack.
The Pale have been taught by Cho'Gall to enslave elemental spirits of this land. When an elemental is enthralled in this manner, it cannot be reversed, even by a Farseer.
Be cautious.
The looming monstrosity between us and the Interchamberers, the great fury we have sought to return to the Throne of Elements. Gordog stands before us, enthralled, a slave to the Pale and their mysterious master. My heart is heavy with grief to see such a great creature mindless and enslaved by evil. There's no point in going back. In order to push forward, we must go through Gordog. It pains me, but Gordog must be slain.
You bring honor to our clan.
We are not far from the inner chamber. The truth behind the evil here awaits us. I can project my spirit into the chamber to guide you, but it will be up to you to defeat the evil that lay within. May the wind of Calandrios guide you, the wisdom of Aborius enlighten you, and the flame of Incineratus burn your enemies. May the memory of Gordog be your shield.
For the Frost Wolves.
As you kill Gordog.
Go! I will select your reinforcements that attempt to follow.
And I obey!
By the way, this is actually supposed to be foreshadowed a bit more, but this has been a part of the plot thread ever since Frostfire Ridge, basically. The idea here being that Cho'Gall and the Pale have been very busy for the last however many months it's been since Frostfire Ridge.
Death.
Oh, is it Mikros? That makes sense. I've never done Nagrand on the Alliance. Hey, Cho'Gall. Hey, Cure, or however you say it. Behold, a void god is born. You fools are too late. A pity we cannot stay to watch you die. We're going to Highmaul. Have fun. By the elements, what has Cho'Gall done?
Hold fast, Valvoxus. The Naru is transforming into a void god. We have no choice but to stand and fight. And at long last, my time has come. This world shall crumble beneath the power of the void.
He has a debuff called Prematurely Weakened by the, or weakened by the premature transformation into a Void Lord, or Void whatever. I used to call these Void Lords, because Void God just doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. It depends, Vandalia. For example, all of BC took course over 2 months in lore. I probably should have been paying some kind of attention to what I was doing here. Note the Naru music playing here. It's kind of a nice touch. The great furies must be informed of what has transpired here. Quickly, follow me! Okay. Yep. I sense a cool draft on my skin. The smell of earth and leaves. There must be an opening to the outside. You didn't know that before? I'm sorry, Myron. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll do fine. The opening is just ahead. I will wait for you at the Throne of Elements.
This land needs
because
you.
I'm Harthing. Screw this noise. Yeah, come on. Through the crystal. I like how they portray the crystal wall of Ashagun here, though. That's a nice touch. I'm free! Free! So here's a good shot of Ashagun proper. I know I showed it off in BC, but this is another excellent time to show it off. Especially since this is a higher texture version of Ashagun. So yeah, remember how I mentioned the Naru use crystalline technology? This is basically one massive crystal hollowed out in order to be able to carry people and whatnot. In other words, if you think about it proper, imagine... You ever seen a server farm? Imagine like a building that's nothing but server farms. Except they don't have the heat problem of server farms because it's all crystal, so it's all one structure. What I'm trying to say is the amount of computing power that that crystal has is probably ridiculous. And is probably necessary. This is a ship that travels through dimensions and space, after all. Naturally, it crashed here. But you know how that works. I don't know if I need to do these quests, and there's nothing really worth talking about. It's just, hey, so the Warsong clan are using, you know, dark shamanism. Isn't that interesting? So we're going to assume I don't need to do those quests. And go flying. And yes, the crystal they're using in particular here is diamond. I know what you're thinking. Man, this is a long, slow, boring ride. Yeah, you should try doing this without flying. Seriously. Nagrand is uniquely designed to be really irritating to run around on the ground. I'm serious. It actually is irritating to get around here. Lots of cliffs, lots of unscalable terrain, lots of chasms, lots of rivers. You mean from 8? You do mean from 8. Probably the one from 8. Actually, the one from 8's really fragile, isn't it? So I'd go with neither.
How goes the fight?
You have done well by defeating the Void God, Decimatus. The destruction of this great valley has been avoided. This threat of the Pale has subsided for now as well. The loss of Gordog will be felt throughout Nagrand, but someday, A new earthen fury will be set upon the throne of elements, and balance restored.
Though much has
And
been
I got the
lost,
achievement.
I sense a great peace in the elements. I will remember your courage always, friend.
Hey Shazad, what is up? Woo! How have you been? Gordog was a mighty ally. The elements will mourn the loss of the Fury, but death was the only answer. Gordog would not have wished to stay a slave to evil. Although Gordog is no more, the heart of a Fury is eternal and unbreakable. In time, this brightly glowing heart will take shape into a new Fury. Okay, that line right there is, I know this is weird, but that line is part of my theory, and part of why I have this theory that there is no elemental plane on Draenor, because what has happened to Gordog is effectively the same thing that happened to Ragnaros when we killed Ragnaros in his home plane. Now, Ragnaros was destroyed, but a new Fire Lord will be born in the future to serve the next cycle of the elements, right? In other words, an element killed here on Draenor was permanently killed, just like an elemental on their plane over on Azeroth is permanently killed. Hence my theory. I hope you see the logic there. If not, I'll try better to explain it. Cool, Sororoxis. I bet that took some effort. Now, I have it on good authority, Deutsch, and from many fantasy games that diamond armor is super amazing. Oh god, Draculus, don't. So, normally I don't, I'm trying kind of to avoid side quests. They don't really add much, and I'm kind of running out of things to talk about, especially in Warlords. But we've got to do Mancrick's quest, don't we? I mean, come on. As you can see, Mancrick is a little younger here. Hey, lady. Could you help me? I can't find my wife. Oh, sorry. There's this girl I know. Her name's Olgra. Her and her parents went back to Warvar yesterday. Only, they never got there, and no one's seen them. If you're heading back out, could you look for her? She's kind of my girlfriend. Thanks, Commander. I don't know what I'd do if something happened to her. I do.
All I need is a wolf at my side, and a fellow warrior at my back.
It's good to see you, Commander. When I'd heard about your garrison caravan being destroyed, well, let's just say I feared the worst. What word from Warvar?
Stay strong.
I have good news. We've already taken Lokrath. The Horde soldiers have captured most of the Warsong, including their leader, Uruk Foecleaver. I have saved the honor of accepting his surrender to you. This is so dumb.
Watch yourself, Commander. Despite our victory, the Warsong are never to be underestimated.
This is such a dumb tactic. This has Garrosh written all over it, and the only reason it works is because we're actually dumber than Garrosh. Why is that? Now, whatever. Whoa, wait, wait. So here's the big strategy of the Warsong clan. What they do is they all surrender. And, excuse me, I'm saying this wrong. They all pretend to surrender. See, there they are. They're all surrendered-y. I feel like pointing out that they have their hands behind their backs. They're bound. They don't have access to their weapons. We're armed and watching them. You'll notice we've got Tauren here and Blood Elf. You know, the actual Horde troops. There's some Trolls, another Tauren. Not a lot of Orcs. Okay, so do you understand how stupid their strategy is yet? Because their strategy is to pretend to surrender and then totally kill us. Abandoning all of the benefits and advantages of having a defensible position, which is what a fortress is, by definition, a defensible position, in order to be able to attack us while they're bound and beaten, but so that's dumb. That's the big strategy of Garrosh's. Now, we're dumb because for some reason it works. And the only thing I can think is we actually let them keep their weapons or something. Like, I genuinely, legitimately do not understand how this strategy works at all. This is the dumbest freaking strategy. Like, they normally when you have a I pretend to surrender kind of strategy, you have some kind of ace in the hole that the enemy doesn't even know exists. And you use that in order to be able to actually pull off your victory, you know? As opposed to, oh, I surrender, but now I kill you. Well, this is Garrosh who came up with this strat, Necro, so... Oh, good. It's you, Commander. Hey, what's up? Commander Volvoxus, terms of surrender? Let me think. You think the Warsong are so easily defeated? I've already tired of you, Horde, and you've just invaded my homeland. There will be no surrender. The Warsong bow to no one. Blah, blah, blah. That's right. You fell right into my trap. But, you know, this isn't really a trap. I mean, we had you in chains.
What now?
The Iron Horde has supplied Lokroth with war machines from the harbor. Someone has to silence those war machines.
Remember, patience, discipline.
This is the backbone of the army we intend to send against Hellscream at Grommashar. If they won't surrender, we have no choice but to eliminate the Warsong.
Goodbye.
Okay. I'm okay with that. I mean, they're really dumb. And yet somehow their strategy actually managed to accomplish something. Once again, this is either really, 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 really bad writing, and let's be honest with ourselves, that's possible, or we really are just that dumb. Take your pick. I was gonna say, I mean, so for those of you who don't know, and I've talked about this before, there's two basic types of writing crew over at World of Warcraft stuff, and it's easy to define. There's the people who wrote the stuff for Twilight Highlands, and there's the people who wrote the stuff for Oldham. In other words, there's the comedy slash silly slash joke writers, and then there's the serious writers. The serious writers are usually my favorite, but I like both, because, you know, I like the silly, stupid humor every now and again. But the serious writers would write this as this big dramatic reveal, and oh my god, there's this attack, and they actually have this secret thing that enables them to, I don't know, something. I can't even come up with anything, but, you know, they would make this big dramatic, destructive event rather than just, little did you know, me getting captured was part of my plan all along. Yes, it was true, Lava Dude. As you can see, the body of a fallen soldier lies here. Tauren, actually, as you can tell here. Oh. Clearly this is safe. This is a place called Terror's Cave, and there's Diablo! No! Yeah, apparently, except it just... We saw them bound, with no weapons, with their hands behind their backs. I mean, God's sakes, this has to be the silly quest writers. Either that, or, and let's be honest, this is very likely, by the end of Warlords, they were getting so rushed that they just kind of tossed consistency at the window and were like, yeah, let's just have this big battle thing happen here. Which I find silly because you don't really need an excuse to have a big battle quest chain against the Warsong. We're already at war. Like, we are in a de facto state of war against the Warsong. I mean, come on, you know? Yeah, the Arakoa lore, that's frickin' amazing. IMO, anyways. Now, I will say this, the presence of the Blackrock orcs here basically, you know, being the driving force behind this attack, that makes sense to me. Because as I've said many, many, many times, the Blackrock orcs basically are the Iron Horde. They're the backbone, the spine, the meat, the base, the foundation of the Iron Horde. Also, I have to say, I have to share a personal frustration with this quest chain. So this area is fully layered. It's actually 2 or 3, I think it's 3 actually, layers, right? So that's cool. I like the usage of layering. You guys probably usually refer to it as phasing, but I prefer the term layering because A, it makes more sense, and B, that's what it used to be called anyways. Moving on. So, yeah, the layers of this place help to tell the story, just like they do everywhere else. That's cool. Here's the problem. Right up here-ish, I'd laugh if it was still here. Probably isn't. Somewhere along this ridge right here was a large tree, you know, that you could harvest with your lumber mill. Very valuable, kind of hard to come by. Awesome. So when I'm over here, see, here's the thing though, the large tree is over on that ledge, but it's on this layer, aka the standard layer. When I go under the ledge, I am suddenly in whatever layer that this particular quest chain is in, and none of those layers coincide with that layer. In other words, it's physically impossible to get the large tree, and that large tree just sat there and taunted me for weeks. It just stayed there, the one tree in the one exact spot, because no one could get to it. Hey, Sonoshi. And yeah, the Warsong have no real presence in hell, in general, really. Other than this little tidbit right here, and the events in Grommashar, and that's pretty much it. As I've said many times, despite the fact that Grom is on the cover, and it's all about the Iron Horde, this expansion, the ogres are literally more a central figure. The Gorian Empire is more of a central antagonistic figure than the Iron Horde is. The adherents of Rukmar are more of a central antagonistic figure than the Iron Horde is. That's a bit of an exaggeration. We do see a decent amount of the Blackrock clan being central antagonists, so I'll give them that. I'm sorry. I sound a lot more negative. The closer we get to endgame in this game, the more that negativity is going to kind of seep through. And I've already discussed why. The lack of endgame support in this game. The fact that they just kind of abandon the game. It's kind of hard to avoid negativity in such a circumstance. They're still good. I swear there is still good in him. I agree completely. Blackhand really... I really wish they had gone full tilt and made Blackhand either the actual war chief of the Iron Horde or the one manipulating things behind the scenes. Both fit very well. I'm going to go over here first. And both of those things would have been able to... would have made more sense, and I really wish they had gone further into detail in that and really helped flesh out Blackhand as a character, you know? Oh, I know, Necro. I hate that crap. That's happened to me, too. Nowadays, I check the portal in Lorerun. It's the only way to be sure. Like, if the portal is up, then I can go through, and it's my, and, you know, and it's Horde controlled or Alliance controlled or whatever. Alright, let's find Mancrick's wife, shall we? I never found them to be garbage in New Vegas, personally, but shrug. Hey, Mancrick's wife. Wow, your parents are dead. Wow, I don't even know how to handle that one. I agree. Foundry is by far the best of the raids in Warlords, in my opinion, and I intend to show it off in full. Originally, I didn't, but when I sat down and actually thought about it, I realized that the majority of the really well done, you know, raid design in terms of gameplay and story integration, as well as just general well-designed raiding, was all in Foundry. While I like Highmaul and HFC, I would consider both of them to be average raids at best. And HFC is clearly a raid that was thrown together without a lot of the usual Blizzard polish. You know what I mean? Hi, Stars. Did I already say that? I don't know. Hi, Stars. I have avenged you. There we go. Also, I'd just like to say the rep in Nagrand can go screw itself. I still don't have it at Exalted. You have to kill named elites around here, and they drop items, and those items give you rep. It's probably one of the grindiest rep grinds ever grinded. So, you know. Yeah. Like I said, I still don't have it at Exalted. I might push it towards Exalted in Legion when I come back and just decimate the elites. Hey, Mankrik. Found your wife. Girlfriend. Thank you, Commander. You really are the greatest paladin ever, like everyone says. Thank you for sending the Commander, Mankrik. I don't ever want us to be apart again. Hearts. Remember, if you see any Quillboars, avoid them.
Anu Belore de la Na.
Thank you, Commander. I thought we were done for sure. Apparently we are completely incompetent.
Salama Ashalanore.
Regrettable, but I understand the pride of the war song. I would never surrender.
Remember the sun well.
Commander, how can I help you? Oh, that's the Beast's callers. Wow, I heard its howls from all the way over here.
We will have justice.
Yeah, that's great.
Frostwolf blood runs thick.
Still very grindy though, Mikros, which is why I have not bothered. I don't have the time to sink into something that's just a time sink, you know. Unfortunate, but you made it out of the trap alive, and Lokroth is dealt with. With their leader dead, the remaining warsong will be easy pickings. As soon as that's done, I'll pull our soldiers out of Lokroth and head for Grommashar. If you're heading back to Warvar, inform Thrall we'll be ready soon.
Run, I'll see you at the gates of Grommashar.
Yes, you will. But first, I want to do two other things. One, two, think, debate. Yeah, let's do this first. We're going to cut off very soon. The problem is this is not a good cutoff point at all. But we're approaching a good cutoff point. Remember him? Remember how I mentioned they were heading towards Oshagun? Which is actually right over there. Well, here they are. The situation is dire, Valvaxis. But I sensed we would meet again. I do not hear the call of the void as loudly as the others, for I am not long dead, and my body rests far from this place. With time, though, that will change. If you are here to help, listen closely, for time is short. The spirits of my ancestors have always been drawn to the mountain of Oshagun, but now I feel this pull deep within my soul. But something's not right. The presence that beckons us has grown dark and ominous. Yeah, I know. I've already done that. I already know what's in there. Thank you. When a spirit is consumed by the void, an echo of the soul is all that's left behind. Neither in the physical nor spiritual sense of the word are these echoes considered alive. The echo is merely a twisted reverberation of the anguish left behind by the soul as it was consumed. If left unchecked, these echoes will lash out against the living and stir the spirits of the dead from their graves. In order to restore peace to the ancestral grounds, these echoes must be put to rest. Okay, I can do that. I got this. So yes, this is the ancestral burial grounds of the orcs in general, but most, and there's quite a few frostwolves who would be buried here, and probably several burning blades as well. But most notably the Warsong, who of course have quite a few orcs buried in this place, as you might imagine. Maybe, but as we're going to see something that I'm going to show off on camera, and I'm going to point it out especially because let's just say that I don't think the original plan was to redeem Grom. And everything I've seen makes me think that Grom suddenly being redeemed just kind of came out of left field. And as a writer, I understand why they did that. They had an unusual situation with Grom. They could have killed him off, but with a character that they'd already built up so much, killing him off so casually felt kind of pat. So they didn't want to just kill him off. But they couldn't leave him alive because he was a horribly evil bastard. So they had a weird situation where they weren't really sure of what to do with him. And I remind you, they basically abandoned warlords. So, you know, most of the things you could have done with Grom to fix his character arc would have required time and effort. And they had no time. I'm not defending it, per se. I'm just trying to explain part of the reasoning of why they screwed up Grom's character arc so badly. Alternate Grom. I really should make that clear. Well, think of it this way, Kay. Let's say here's a dear old character who you've seen... If we count everything. So, the short story... or no, not the short story. The Lords of War video. The cinematic intro. He appears in Tanan. He has an extremely brief appearance here. And then he dies later on. That would have been 5 total appearances for the character in an entire expansion. Think about how messed up it would be to be like, oh, and here's Grom, he's dead. Now, of course, the way to fix that would have been to have him be a real frickin' character. Have a real frickin' character arc. I would give so much just to be able to know why they abandoned Warlords. I can theorize till the cows come home about why they just cut it off, but I would love to go into the minds of the actual people who made the decisions and say, why? Why did you chop Warlords off? Why did you give up on it? Yeah, Orgrim. That's pretty much exactly what happened to Orgrim. Here's Orgrim and he's dead. At least Maraud had a decent amount of screen time in one zone. He had a little bit in Gorgon too, I suppose. Yeah, and I'm sure everything will be hunky-dory between Grom and the many people he massacred after we leave. Who knows. Maybe they'll do something with it in the future. It wouldn't be the first time Blizzard took one of their boneheaded mistakes and turned something good out of it. They have done that before. But I don't think this Grom should have been redeemed. We already had a good Grom redemption story. And it was a good Grom redemption story. Do not mourn the twisted echoes of the dead. They are merely the distorted reflections of once noble spirits. Mourn instead the losses of the souls consumed by the dark void within Oshagun. Now that the flames of the spirit torch is upon the fires, the spirits of my ancestors have been insulated from the call of the void within Oshagun. However, more must be done if the spirits are to rest peacefully. Those who die in brutal combat often enter the spirit world in unrest. So it was with Golmash, father of Grommash Hellscream. Crushed within the jaws of a hulking Gron, Golmash still found the strength to bury his axe, Gorhal, deep into the eye of the monster. When they fell, it was the Gron who died first. Such is the heroic death that every war song dreams of, but few attain. But Golmash's mighty spirit lingers restlessly, stirring the other spirits into unrest. So this is Grom's father. You dare approach the Giant Slayer? I will cleave your body from your head. You know what? You're right. I'm sorry. This is Grom's dad. I approach you with a tank, sir. Is that acceptable? Why do I feel no pain from your blows? Why are you fighting me in a tank? I see now. This was not my death. My death was long ago. And it was glorious! I don't know, this is a pretty glorious death. You died fighting a tank. On foot, with an axe. I mean, come on, dude. Give me something. Yeah! Golmash was a mighty warrior in life. Few orcs have been as honored by their clan and feared by their enemies as the great Giant Slayer. With the father of the Hellscream name, with the mighty spirit of Golmash Hellscream finally put to rest, the ancestral grounds may once again be a place of peace and reverence. You have our thanks, Velvoxus. I just wanted to show that off briefly. As you can see, the ancestral grounds here of the war song actually concludes a skull of a colossus. And yes, he's wielding horse Gorhal. Basically, the legend of Gorhal and the very the family name of Hellscream actually starts off with Golmash, Grondslayer. So before we finish up the zone, I'd really just like to show off Highmaul a bit, but I shouldn't, should I? Fine, I won't. I would have liked it if Grom had killed Garrosh. In fact, if you guys remember, before Warlords came out, that was one of my biggest predictions. Was that Grom would be disgusted by his son and kill him. Nope. That's not what happened. It's funny, because it took a while for Garrosh to convince Grom. And he couldn't have done it without the help of the artifact that he had with him. The one that Kairos brought back with him. Yeah, what's funny is at the time I said I felt there were 3 acceptable answers to the Garrosh situation. Grom kills him, which was my first pick. Us kill him, which was my second pick. And Thrall kill him, which is my third pick. Guess which one we got? But I would have loved it if he had been killed by his own father after all he'd done, all his daddy issues, as people, summarize dismissively, all of the, he constantly trying to live up to his father's name and failing in more ways than one, in 2 worlds. He finally gets to actually meet his father, and his father is so disgusted by him that he murders him. Yes, I remember that too, Kay, especially since it's still canon in my mind. My headcanon, obviously.
This is a savage land.
I've been thinking about it. The more I think about it, the more I've decided that warlords probably shouldn't actually exist at all in the Imperium version of WoW. It really serves no functional purpose, and it's so easy to remove from the story, and we could segue straight into Legion. But anyways, if you hadn't gone to Lockroth, our forces would have been devastated. I'm sorry to hear they laid a trap for you. You have a reputation now. The time has come! You've dealt with the Warsong allies and holdings, but we haven't really fought the Warsong. Our troops are massing at the gates of Grommashar. The Shadowhunters have reliable intel that Garrosh is holed up inside the fortress. All of our efforts have led to this moment. Let's put an end to this once and for all.
Fight with honor.
Oh, I agree, Kay. But we had several zones worth of content to do that in. I mean, Yeah, no. Well, you don't really need warlords to kickstart the Legion invasion. Gul'dan, as I actually already pointed out, is pretty easy to bring back without involving the Legion, or without involving warlords. In fact, their original intention for that makes perfect sense. Also, getting this treasure right here without flying is a colossal pain. At least I think this is the one I was thinking of. Whoa! Right. So, yeah, this is a scenario. As you can see. Hi. I like this, by the way. Taurens, trolls, undead. Not a lot of orcs here. I keep pointing that out because at least they're consistent about that, since the orcs were kind of decimated by the siege of Orgrimmar, see around Soroxus.
Welcome, friend of the Frogra. Let's get in there.
Demolishers! Fire!
Advance!
Malanore.
Warsaw! Bring me their heads!
Really, Garrosh? That's your command? That's your expert tactical advice? Bring me their heads?
Mukra, may the spirits watch over you.
And now to die. Oh wow, I lived. Yeah, that's kind of my point, Necro. I'm actually glad that they kept the continuity. Yeah, this mission feels very rushed. This should have been this epic invasion. It's basically just us rolling over the war song if they're not even there. We absolutely destroy them here. And there's none of the usual highlights of an epic mission. It's just kill these guys here, kill these guys there, kill these guys here. You know, there's so much they could have done with this, and instead it really is just us absolutely rolling over this place. And then it leads to something that is admittedly incredibly awesome.
Watch out! Wolf Riders!
But
Warcraft!
yeah.
Run them down!
I'm also really under-geared right now. I have a 519 item level. At level 100. Think about that for a moment. There's a reason I've been having so much difficulties with these quests and the mobs here.
Finish these witch, girl! No, this can't be.
We need to move up.
Okay.
Leap from your caves, my wolves!
Oh my god, Garrosh had a strategy. Keep his forces hidden, and then attack with them. That was his strategy. That's it. Nothing else. Oh, that one mob nearly killed me.
Seal those wolf dens.
I like how the mages are just pouring fire into the wolf den. It's just... that amuses me greatly. Don't aggro me, don't aggro me. Don't aggro me. Damn it! Yeah, I know, right? We could steal them. My first thought when I first saw that was they were going to, like, cave in the cave or whatever. But instead it's just fire. I like the Alliance version, too. Ah, crap. What's funny, if you ever want an explanation of just how tactically inept Garrosh is, and how militarily powerful we are, look at this area. This is incredibly defensible. This should be like one of the most brutal siege slogs ever, crawling through this canyon with dozens of outperches and overlooks and difficult terrain and walled off sections and everything. And instead, we're just rolling through here. So again, either we're that good, he's that bad, or both. Take your pick. I probably shouldn't be doing what I'm doing right now. Run! Run! Quick, start the next layer!
We fight together.
Bad
or
news,
die
Commander.
alone.
They've enslaved Dern, the Hungerer.
Oh my
We
god.
have to go through the beast to get to Garrosh.
It's time to fight Dern. You remember Dern, right? He uses the Gron that roams in Nagrand back in BC. In fairness, it makes perfect sense that they'd have a Gron here. I mean, really, they have already completely enslaved the Gron. There's no reason why they wouldn't have Dern. He's the only one we don't see here. But fun fact, we kill all 7 of the named Gron in Warlords through various quests. And raids and whatnot. Including Gruul, of course. Lose the hunger! Well, I'm just gonna stand here. You're not the boss of me. Of course Blackhand gets the best one. Why wouldn't he? Come on, think about that for a minute. The best part is Blackhand misuses his the most. Most of the other main named Gron are used as war machines of some kind or another.
Fire!
Get next to my healing totem.
But Blackhand, he uses his Gron to carry pallets of fuel.
Darkspear, fire!
And that's it. That's what he does. Believe it or not, I love that, though. That's very in character for Blackhand. Yes. And the fact that they are very, very, very likely to be Titan in origin. Like, there's tons of hinting that they're Titan in origin. Yes.
In family, there is power. Come, War Chief. I am waiting. Agra, I need you and our forces to stay here. Buy us the time we need to deal with Garrosh.
Please know, Dorotan. You have been like a father to Thrall. Blow
Really?
open these gates!
And that's Agra's big line of the expansion. Telling Durotan he's been like a father to Thrall. Wah, wah. Hey, Roaring. What's up? Durotan, are you just gonna... I mean, I'm kind of... Hey, buddy. I don't want to miss the cutscene.
You're a fool to come here. You think after everything, you can kill me.
Yeah.
We'll bring you to justice, monster.
I mean, that's pretty much exactly what I think.
You don't know the meaning of the word.
I kind of do, though. I actually have a dictionary, Garrosh, unlike you. So, I see you have a bunch of idiots ready to watch you die. Are you ready to die, buddy? Because I'm ready to kill you. With a tank.
Taste Gorhowl's steel.
Because, I brought a tank to an axe fight. Oh wow, he actually knocked me out of it. Holy crap. Yes, okay.
Taste Gorhowl's steel.
Yep.
Taste Gorhowl's steel.
This is...
I am your death.
After that epic, well-designed, well-built, story and gameplay integrated fight with him in the Siege of Orgrimmar, this is pretty much the last send-off to Garrosh Hellscream. Is this random fight of him being kind of pathetic. I mean, granted, it is Garrosh, and he is kind of pathetic, but...
Taste Gorhowl's steel.
We already got that in the Siege of Orgrimmar. One of the things they did best with that fight was they kept showing over and over how he couldn't fight on his own. First he needed his troops, then he needed the empowerment of the heart, then he needed to actually use our own fears against us, and so forth and so on. He never, at any point in time, was actually powerful in his own right. Phase 1, his health is low, and he himself doesn't hit hard at all. And that's great, because that's exactly what it should be. Here, instead, he's telling us to get up on the Hydra's back over and over and over. God's sakes, you had a great send-off, Blizzard. You did, really.
I cannot be defeated.
That's not true.
Now, you die. Garrosh! Thrall! You're too late.
By the way, that's what he looks like right now.
Friend.
He's still beaten up from when we beat the snot out of him.
No more, Garrosh. Just you and me. I challenge you to Makora!
He's wielding alternate Groms, Gorhal.
No. Very well, Shaman. We finish this alone, where it all began, at the Stones of Prophecy.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure where our Gorhal is, but that's alternate Gorhal. Does it go straight to the cutscene? It does.
You must answer for your crimes, Garrosh. All I did it for the Horde! You failed the Horde! You made me war chief! You left me to pick up your pieces! You failed me! You never had the strength of a true warrior. I do not rely on strength alone, Garrosh. My power is all around you. You made me what I am. No. You chose your own destiny.
Stuff like that is why I still like Warlords. I have a lot to talk about, but first I want to get through something that some people don't really know is here.
All I need is a wolf. The Iron Horde remains a threat.
No, they are.
We should hit them where it hurts and take out the Blackrock Foundry.
Perhaps we should deprive them of their allies. The ogres here in Nagrand are vulnerable now.
Good plan. Now, let's get moving.
Highmaul and Foundry, obviously. If you talk to them, though...
We fight together, or die alone.
Garrosh came out of nowhere, and manipulated the clans as you would play a drum. It is good that he is finished, but the damage is already done. It is like I don't recognize my own people anymore. Grommashar Hellscream has turned family and friends alike against one another, and it has to stop. We must dismantle that war machine, first by taking out his ogre allies, and then by demolishing the Blackrock Foundry. After that, we will bring Hellscream himself to justice, just as we've seen today.
Never leave a wolf behind.
Our power comes from one another.
We Frostwolves have always walked alone, with only our wolves at our side. But our clan is part of this world, and it's clear we have a role to play in protecting it. This Garrosh was a dangerous one. Still, he showed us something valuable. I see that now. United, the orcs can be great. It is important that we have a righteous voice to guide them. The Frost Wolves must be that voice.
For the honor of the clan.
What news?
The Archmage is gearing up for another campaign. All he can talk about is finding Gul'dan. But I worry. Gul'dan has already tried to kill Khadgar once. The Archmage is going to need all the help he can get. And she looks at you pointedly.
Always vigilant.
We will find a way through this.
We've closed this chapter. Oh my god, Doc, shut up. But Garrosh only set these events in motion. We'll have to keep closed all the loops if we want to keep Azeroth safe. That means finding and neutralizing Gul'dan. Still, a little celebration may be in order before we get back to business. I've got a bottle of aged dollar and red saved up for just such an occasion if you'd care to meet me in my tower later.
Be vigilant, friend.
This is our moment.
The Archmage tells me that Garrosh sent all these events into motion. He was a criminal from your world, yes? I have never seen Orcish idea of justice before. I wish I could say it's over, but this war is only beginning. Grommash's iron horde continues to grow stronger, that's not true. My people will never be safe, so long as his foundries continue churning out their terrible weapons. That's true. We Draenei were not ready for this fight, but we must be prepared to finish it. We are the shadows before us. There are shadows before us, but we have the light at our back.
We must hold on to our faith.
We talked to Thrall.
Loktarogar.
He doesn't say anything. He is deep in thought and doesn't want to speak.
For the Horde.
Legion spoilers, sort of. We will see the impact this has on Thrall and Legion. That's all I'm going to say.
Speak your mind.
My husband takes all the responsibility of the world on his shoulders, as if it's his burden alone. He needs to learn that we all have a role to play. Friend, this whole world remains in turmoil. The elements cry out. They are being tortured in the depths of Blackrock Foundry, and Gul'dan is still at large. So much remains to be done, and the stronghold you've built is key. No, it was key while we were leveling, Nagrand. Now it's kind of crap, now that we're 100.
Go with honor.
Now this one is the most interesting one, and the one that was kind of a hint for a storyline that was abandoned.
You bring news?
Vindicator Yerel says we must work with both Alliance and Horde from your world, but if your world creates monsters like Garrosh, why should we trust you? That line right there was pretty chilling, and hinted at a whole story arc that was, of course, abandoned. We'll see if they do anything with it in the future.
Endure.
Let's talk about the cutscene we just saw. And let's go ahead and just get this out of the way. That was an awesome, epic cutscene. Very well done, very well presented. If you don't really understand the significance, here he is, by the way. This is where Garrosh and Thrall first met. Right here. This is where Garadar is in Outland, at this spot. There's the lake and the Throne of Elements right over there. And the actual spot where they first did the whole thing was over at the Stones of Prophecies, which is right over here. So when Thrall showed Garrosh his vision of his father, it was actually right here. Hence the significance of the location. One of the things I like best about that cutscene is it makes it so clear that it is both Thrall and Garrosh's fault. Garrosh did make his own bed. Garrosh was a horrible person, but Thrall pushed him in a lot of ways he shouldn't have. Thrall shares just as much blame for all the atrocities that Garrosh did as Garrosh himself did. They are both to blame. And I like that. I like the fact that Thrall has failed. And even though Thrall finally killed Garrosh, he even acknowledges, and again, as I mentioned, this will come up in Legion, it becomes clear to him that this is his fault. He screwed this up. Now, it's not all his fault, because that's not how real life works. And I like it, the fact that it's not all being pinned on Thrall, and it's not all being pinned on Garrosh. They both made mistakes. They both screwed everything up. Thrall was, and I've talked about this so many times as we've been going throughout this story arc. I also love the fact that that fight really showed Garrosh's fighting style just as well as the Siege of Orgrimmar patch did when he was fighting Terran Zoo. Garrosh is really just violently, aggressively a warrior. Even when he threw his weapon at him, he still kept going at him. And that scene where he just starts beating Thrall in the face with every ounce of his strength really just got across how violently angry and enraged he was, you know, and how much he blamed Thrall. And the fact that Thrall fought him at first pretty much solely as a warrior and lost makes perfect sense, because Thrall isn't a warrior. He's a shaman. And it wasn't until Thrall actually called upon his shamanistic powers that he absolutely destroyed Garrosh. Furthermore, one last thing here. I like the fact that this is the completion of Thrall's arc here in Draenor. I mentioned this back in Frostfire. He barely had the ability to contact the elements at all, and it took him all this time to be able to earn and grow with Draenor's elements in particular, so he could utilize them properly to be able to defeat Garrosh here. And Garrosh is now dead. And, God Almighty, please let him stay dead. In my story, in the Imperium version of this story, he is very permanently gone. It would be difficult for him to be more permanently gone. He is trapped within Shadowmourne forever. Yes, Shadowmourne. And that's his final fate. So, yes, he did, Vandalia. Absolutely. That's one of the reasons. That's kind of the point, Vandalia. One of the mistakes Thrall keeps making is he keeps thinking he's a warrior, but he's not. He has warrior training. He has martial training. He can fight, but he isn't a warrior. He's a shaman. It is when he embraces his shamanism that he really starts to get stuff done, and that was the thematic point of that. So I think we are going to go ahead and lunge forward with this. It's only 6 my time. I think we're going to go ahead and try and push, at the very least, for the next step in the content, which follows rather naturally from what we just saw. I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that, Kay. I've seen much, 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 much worse examples of that. So, what you're looking at is Highmaul. It looks great from the air. It's really the only way to enjoy it proper. There's Highmaul is probably one of the only cities in the game that actually feels like a city. Look how huge this place is. I don't know if I'm like half a mile in the air, so I don't know if you really have a sense for the scale. But the outer edges of the city there are so far off that they're not even being rendered. You see that? That's how huge Highmaul is. It's great. I love it. This is the center of the Gorian Empire. This is pretty much where they are founded. No, see, I actually disagree with you, Kay. I mean, I've seen I'm Gonna Win Now scenes because I've watched Yu-Gi-Oh! You know? That was a fight which Garrosh was winning the whole time, and then won, and then Thrall decided to take it seriously and returned. I don't agree with you, sir. I am sorry. I hang my head in shame. Highmaul. Seat of the Gorian Empire. This is an interesting experience. So what we're actually going to be doing, we're going to be starting off in the Colosseum there, actually. And then we'll be fighting a few mobs out here in the overall, the low commons is what this area is referred to as. This is where the lower echelons, that's not the right word, the lower dregs of the Gorian society are. You know, the common people, the marketplace, all that stuff is all down there. Later on, we're going to go further up into the actual fortress areas, and even further up, and I think it'll let me go all the way up here. I hope so. Because then we're going to go up here, and this is where the actual artificers and mages and arcane... Remember, the arcane members of the Gorian Empire are the vast superiors of the others. You know, that severe caste system they've got going on. So up here is where the actual arcane mages rule on high. And again, you could see the vast size of this because of the fact that the render radius isn't even fully encompassing the city just from here. And at the very peak of the very highest tower of a ogre city built on top of a mountain is where the actual Imperator sits. And if this doesn't get across the Gorian Empire's decadence, I don't know what else will. But how would you have done it, Kay, out of curiosity? Because the only alternative I could think of was Thrall winning, just absolutely destroying him from the start. Because Thrall is just way more of a shaman than Garrosh is a warrior. See you around, Sonoshi. And yeah, I've heard that too, Narlex. I've heard some people say Thrall cheated because Thrall decided to use the elements rather than just beat him in a one-on-one fight. So naturally, I'm going to show off this, but we're not really going to show off Highmaul immediately. Rather, we're going to do a little bit of build-up to Highmaul. Yes, I know, everyone hates Thrall, blah, blah, blah. Sorry, I'm tired of hearing it. Why don't we do a little bit of build-up first here, shall we?
I think this is the beginning of a very powerful partnership, my friend. Good luck. As powerful as I am, I cannot be everywhere at once. But you, Commander, are my greatest resource. Between the skill of your allies and the might of your garrison, there is not a stronghold that can withstand you. Under your leadership, the full might of the Alliance Expeditionary Force will engage the Iron Horde. But I will be concentrating on the single greatest threat to the safety of Azeroth. Gul'dan, darkness incarnate. In all my years, Gul'dan is the craftiest, most diabolical foe I have ever encountered. I hold myself accountable for his release. We must find and eliminate Gul'dan and his nascent Shadow Council network. With your help, I can track him down. I will ask a great deal of you. I will task you to the very edge of your abilities. But I will also help you as much as I am able. Together we will create for you an artifact of legendary power.
Ooh, legendary.
With a core forged from the heart of Draenor's son, this ring is a foundation upon which we will build a wonder. There. It is done. Now to find Gul'dan.
So technically, see, I mentioned this before, the presentation of the legendary chain in Warlords is much worse done than Raytheon's chain back in Pandaria. Because in Raytheon's chain, it rather logically and conclusively followed the overall story arc. This one feels like they were trying for that, but then they just kind of tripped at the finish line. So technically, I feel like if they had gone all out with this idea, it would have worked better. Like, if you had started the legendary chain at level 92, and then you get the next step at like 94 or something, and then 96, 98, and then you actually get your first legendary at 100 when you start doing raids or something like that. I would have liked that better than this half-hearted attempt of you being able to start it at, I think, 96? 96 or 97, I forget exactly, forgive me. And, you know, and then, oh god, you know, because the way it works is you go do Auchindoun. No, excuse me, you go do Skyreach, and then you go do Bloodmaul. And then you go do, which if you remember is a Frostfire Ridge zone. And then you go do Everbloom, which was a Gorgrond zone, and then you go do the Grimrail, also a Gorgrond zone, or a Gorgrond instant. And then, yeah. Then you go do Auchindoun, which happened all the way back in Tellar. You get what I'm saying. It doesn't logically follow the narrative of the plot. That's why I'm kind of cutting it up a little bit, and I had a huge difficulty in showing you the legendary chain. So we're just going to go ahead and skip forward to the next thing. We're just going to pretend we did all those dungeons, and now all of a sudden we're getting prepped for Highmaul instead.
Follow me, Commander. Once we locate Gul'dan, we may have to move quickly. My eyes are open. Vam Shalak, Omeshis, Kaztolim. Come on, come on. Where are you? Wait. Here. What? Hiding. He's countering my spell. Champion, killing Tearing Gore must have shaken him up. That's good. But now he knows we're getting closer. We need more power.
Come back in one piece.
The trail will not be easy to follow.
Quick explanation. What we're doing here is so Khadgar is on this ever-increasing search for more power. It's actually kind of funny when you think about it. And so he has decided we need to find out exactly what happened with Kairos. Remember, this all got started because there was this bronze dragon who decided to start some stuff and make this alternate dimension, timeline, parallel, past. Yeah, you get it. Anyways, so having done that, Khadgar believes that if he was able to better understand the specific... it's actually a form of Latin, Necro. It's based off of Latin. If he was able to understand more carefully and more specifically exactly what it is that Kairos had done, and the arcane and time magic he implemented, that, well then clearly, logically, he would be able to empower your ring even more. Remember, the entire legendary chain is solely about Gul'dan. The Iron Horde effectively have nothing to do with it. This is all about the demonic Iron Horde and Gul'dan himself.
Start by heading east.
We'll track you from the air.
And yes, that's Chromie. Our Chromie. We think.
Trail of time anomalies like this. Here, it looks like Garrosh came down this way alone after he first arrived on Draenor. But where was Kairos?
Look at Garrosh. His hands are bound, but he's alone. When did he and Kairos part ways?
That ogre shouldn't be here. Something strange must have happened up on this ridge.
That reminds me, it has been confirmed that Chromie is female. This is recent. This is within the last couple of months. It's just that she is unusual in her naming schema. Just thought I'd share that.
Who is that?
That's Kairos in disguise. Garrosh killed him. But where is the body?
We must be close.
Yes, really.
This
I'm not
him?
joking with that.
It is. The final resting place of Kairos Dormu.
I don't know, Lex Mix.
Betrayed by Garrosh the moment they arrived.
Exactly,
on Draenor.
Necro. I think that's kind of the point. So I want to read this here. This once again, thanks to Nobel for setting this whole thing up. This is an excerpt from the book. This details exactly what happened when Garrosh ended up here with Kairos. Laughter turned to shrieks. The jagged glass tore through flesh easily, not breaking even as it sliced through muscle and glanced off of bone. And I'm apparently reading to us. Garrosh kept a firm grip on the shard's bronze sculpture with his manacled hands. Power surged into the glass. Bronze scales appeared and disappeared on Kairos' skin. He was trying to use the shard, trying to shift back into his dragon form, but it wasn't working. Garrosh shoved him over and followed him to the ground, dragging the sharp edge around Kairos' shoulder until it met the collarbone and had to be pulled free. The shrieks grew louder. Weak orcish hands struck out, trying to push Garrosh away. He lowered his face to mere inches from the bronze dragon's eyes and buried the shard in his throat. Shrieks turned into gurgling. Garrosh held the shard firm, ignoring the torrents of energy racing in and out of the glass, focusing instead on the total surprise in Kairos' eyes. "No more," Garrosh said. "No more puppeteers hiding in the shadows. No more slavers offering corrupted power. No more of the likes of you. The orcs will be free of all masters." Garrosh twisted hard, and it twisted the shard and dragged it down into Kairos' chest, stabbing again and again. Blood spilled onto the hilltop. Not orcish blood, nor the blood of any creature that ever walked on this world, but the land would drink it in all the same. Finally, he pulled the shard free and stood. Kairos convulsed on the ground. Garrosh watched, curious. He'd never killed a bronze dragon before. The shard trembled in his grip, beating in time with the dragon's final heartbeats. Bronze mist, each mote thick as a grain of sand, wafted off of Kairos. It was not dispersing like smoke, but pulling together into thin, rope-like vortex. Twisting away into nothing, as though being drawn away from this world. When the bronze mist was gone, the shard was quiet. Kairos' eyes were wide open and he breathed no more. Garrosh waited. He wanted to be sure. Minutes passed before he grunted and nodded. "An easier end than you deserved." He left the body where it lay. Any who happened upon it would simply see an orc who had angered someone he shouldn't have.
Sorry for all the times you're about to get killed. If it's any consolation, you won't remember any of them.
We will find a way through this. Be vigilant, friend. Very good. I will distract Kairos while you attack.
If anyone gets too hurt, I'll undo your wounds.
Always pick healer for her, no matter what your spec or
You are
class is.
War Chief, no longer Hellscream. You're free because I willed it. You live because I will it. You will join your father and rally the old orc clans because I will it.
That is, of course, Kairos speaking.
What did you want? Why did you need an army?
Not just one. An infinite number of armies, across an infinite number of worlds. I would be infinite!
No, he's not a part of the Infinite Flight, by the way, before you ask.
Hellscream! Without me!
Oh.
Victory!
Champion, you did it! I know now how to defeat Gul'dan's magic and reveal the Shadow Council. But we'll need more power. We will have to tear artifacts from the very heart of the Ogre Empire. I can help you. Let us augment the power of that ring of yours. Hold out your hand and step into the light.
And of course it hurts like hell.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have mentioned that you would be slightly killed.
Whoa. Interesting. So, the idea here is that Kairos is, to use the developer's own terminology here, a believer in the ideology of the Infinite Flight without actually being a member of the Infinite Flight. This also kind of helps to lead into part of of how the Infinite Flight actually got started, and blah blah blah. Regardless, the next thing to do is, of course, Highmaul. Now, I don't have a lot to say about Highmaul, so I'm going to be quiet for some of this while I just kind of showcase the fights to you. We need to switch to this for this. There we go. As you can see, we're in Icecrown Citadel, apparently. I was doing Citadel while I waited for the queue. So, I wanted to show this off, and thankfully I got there quickly. You notice Cho'Gall is imprisoned there. What happened is Cho'Gall went in, deliberately got himself captured, specifically because he knew that would... See, this is actually getting captured with a brain plan. He got captured because he knew that would put Margok off his guard. Margok and Cho'Gall do have a bit of a history because they're both two-headed ogres. That's basically it. The two of them have that kind of a connection, because Cho'Gall... I'm going to pause this because I want to finish saying this. Cho'Gall was one of the upper crust, one of the highest echelons of the aristocracy of the Gorian Empire, because he was an extremely talented mage who was a two-headed ogre, a natural-born two-headed ogre. And I mentioned before how being one of those natural-born two-headeds makes you higher than other ogres, and being a mage makes you being higher than other ogres. Put it to you this way. Cho'Gall was basically one of the other ogres in line for taking the throne from instead of Margok when the old Gorian Empire was killed by Kargath Bladefist. So it was between Margok and Cho'Gall as to who was actually going to claim the throne, and Margok is the one who actually took it. Here we are in the Colosseum. There's Grom making one of his only appearances in the game. Take one of 5. Drink it in.
This is gonna be a mistake. These puny squishies be the scourge of Nagrand. They look like Alec Poodoo. They gonna look like puddles after this fight. Haha! Today's games honor great Sorcerer King. We gonna see his bloody victory over the orcs at the Battle of Red Spire.
I only have theories for that, Necro.
Oh, I hope these weaklings die better than they smell. We'll see what these competitors be made of, Doctor. Just as soon as what they be made of gets splattered across the arena. Now, play our mighty king. Scream his name.
No, these are the two
Bash a
ogre
skull
announcers.
For the shadow of Highmaul, champion of games, Volgor!
Ooh, some random saber
Time
on.
to spill blood and die for Highmaul. The battle of Red Spires begins!
So this is the trash leading up to Kargath. It's kind of pathetic, actually. So I don't really have anything to say about it. The idea here is in the Colosseum, they don't just fight each other randomly. This is supposed to be emulating some epic battle that Margok himself won in the past, with one side playing, one of the roles as if it was a theater. The fact... I actually really enjoy the fact that it implies that that basically that this kind of a Colosseum thing is part of the art and culture of the Ogorians.
Defeated Volgor? How tiny men's beat mighty Volgor? Enough! I will show these weaklings what a true champion is capable of.
And that is Kargath.
The Sorcerer King? Here?
And that's
King
Margok.
only leaves palace to witness legendary battles. You honor us, Kargath. I will enjoy watching you fight in the arena again, even with your handicap. The pleasure is mine.
Hey, Marley.
The crowd deserves a superior gladiator, seeing as the last one fell so easily.
His behavior here is a little
Seize
inconsistent.
this opportunity to die gloriously.
It only really
For
makes...
your names will be carved into history. You owe me a fight, coward. Begin.
It only really makes sense if the only reason he's willing to do this at all is because of the fact that he is because of the fact that he wants to fight us. He's only really interested in fighting us. So, yay.
Time to spill your blood.
I really wish I had more to say about this fight. As I mentioned before, this fight originally went quite differently, and Kargath actually survived these events. And would end up... his storyline would have continued.
There is no escape.
Instead, it's more like he dies here, and then that's pretty much the end of it. So, yay.
Coward! You can't hide behind these traps forever!
One of the things I like that WoW does best is they do story and gameplay integration. They inform a character or an area or whatever through the boss designs of the raids.
Time to spill your blood!
That's what they're not doing here. Kargath is a badass. He is probably one of the best one-on-one combatants of the orcs in general. This guy is amazing in a fight.
Give the crowd something to chew on.
He was here... Okay, I'll explain that in a minute, Leander. But yeah, Kargath is someone who I personally believe, and I mean this sincerely, I personally think Kargath could take on Grom in a one-on-one fight and win. Kargath... And none of that is here. It's just... This isn't exactly a bad fight. It's very easy, and the mechanics, take some getting used to, but otherwise it's just... It has nothing to do with Kargath, is my point. You could implant any random person of any race, really, in here in the fight, and it wouldn't change things. And that's, in my opinion, where they kind of fall short with Highmaul, and with HFC in some cases, too. It almost doesn't matter who the boss is, you know what I mean? Now, that being said, in response to Leander's question, so the orcs of the Iron Horde were invited to Highmaul to watch this arena battle, and what had happened is we, the players, had decided to infiltrate Highmaul, and you can interpret what happened next, but either way, we ended up fighting in the arena. Some people think we volunteered for it, some people think we were captured, some people think we pretended to be captured just so we could infiltrate the arena. Who knows what the actual answer is? Either way. So Grom and Kargath are here as part of the Iron Horde. If you look in the background here, there's actually quite a few orcs here. In fact, there's more orcs watching this fight than there are ogres. And they're watching us, you know, because screw you guys. Keep in mind, at this point in time, Garrosh is dead. So, you know.
There is no escape, and that's 100.
Kilrog was awesome. And they do some good stuff with Highmaul, too. Hi, Cho'Gall. What's up?
Cho'Gall? You sought to imprison us, Margok?
You could never control us!
Guards, stop him!
I could see that working, Stukov.
Destroy them all! Raise this city to the ground!
The stones will be ours! All shall fall to darkness!
Seal the gates! Protect the palace! Highmaul will never fall to the likes of you!
Now, if you wonder what you just heard there in the middle of that speech, they started the second boss while I was watching the cutscene.
Crunch and no meat! Come and get it!
Yeah, they're fighting the second boss while I'm watching the cutscene. Because nobody waits for cutscenes. I mean, why would they? I understand. I get it. No judgment. So yeah, the Pales are basically swarming over the city now. Hundreds upon hundreds of them. Margok thinks Cho'Gall is here for the throne, but Cho'Gall doesn't give a damn about the throne. Cho'Gall is here for the stones. And I'm stuck in combat, so I gotta run now. Yeah, by the way, that's if you don't do Mythic rating, that's the last you will ever see of Cho'Gall. And it's the last we'll see, because I didn't have a Mythic group, and all the YouTube videos I found were terrible, so... yeah. And yes, the stones in... well, okay. We theorize that the stones are the Titan artifacts. It's never stated outright, but they have several things that make them seem Titan-y in their overall design.
For the meat grinder!
So...
oh, get the blood flowing!
The irony is I don't have much lore to share about this guy. This is a guy called the Butcher. Born in the fetid underbelly of Highmaul, this ogre may have once had a proper name, but it's been long forgotten. He was abused and beaten from his earliest days, but the hardship only strengthened his body, even as it broke his mind. Now there is not an ogre in Highmaul who will not give him a wide berth as he hacks away at slaughtered carcasses to pass his days. Very likely, I'd say, Necro. We don't know, though, for certainty. Our next boss, because of the way this is divvied up, is actually Brackenspore, not Tectus. I know some people prefer Tectus. I know some people prefer Brackenspore for progression. It doesn't matter, this is LFR, so we're doing Brackenspore because we have to. This is when the Zanger rears its ugly head. So we see the Pale here, who are succeeding in defeating the ogres, at least partially. At the very least, they're giving him a good fight. And the Pale have actually started to claim several areas. By the way, notice the actual name of these things is Night Twisted. So these aren't just regular Pale. These are Pale who have been imbued with void energy by Cho'Gall and by Shrug. Again, the most common theory is that it is an old god or old gods that are empowering them, but we don't actually know. Notice how the Zanger is everywhere over here. Yeah, exactly. The Master. Like I said, the most common theory is that the Master is an old god. But we don't know. Just kind of showing off the terrain of Highmaul here while we go through this. I kind of already showed it from the sky, so you have an idea of where we are. As you can see, the Zanger has almost completely overgrown this area. The ogres being the kind of people who would be so negligent as to not keep up with proper maintenance of something like this. The Iron Horde Juggernaut, moored in the waters beside Highmaul, drew the attention of Brackenspore, an ancient walker of the deep. This aquatic giant spreads fungal growth and moss in his wake, and is driven by primal instinct to eradicate any traces of civilization on Draenor.
These flamethrowers are useless! It's eating us alive! Fall back! Drop your weapons and retreat to the ship!
So you have this flamethrower mechanic that I bet most people who've done this in LFR only don't even know what the point of the flamethrowers is. In fact, I'm almost positive one of the guys in this group will be using the flamethrower wrong during this fight. This is a weird fight, because in LFR it is immensely boring, and in normal it's kinda still boring. Basically, you need to be on top of which ads you need to kill, you need to be aware of taking care of the creep, you need to be aware of when to pop the mushrooms, and you need to make sure you're facing the boss the right way, and that's kind of it. This is basically just a pure positioning targeting fight. I'd believe that, Leander. It's so bad in LFR that you won't even see the fungal creep until right towards the end of the fight. I'll show it off for you, so you understand what I mean by that. I've always found this guy to be a bit of a gear check, though. In non-LFR, I mean. Highmaul is the only raid I've actually done outside of LFR and Warlords. So it's the only one I can speak of in that manner. Well, that's not true. I did Heroic Archimon, but that barely counts. So here you go. So that fungal stuff, that will slowly grow out. If you're standing in it, you're screwed. And the only way to push it back is with the flamethrowers. See, notice how someone's trying to use the flamethrower there on the mushroom. That doesn't actually do anything. So you have to actually do damage to them. Unless the flamethrowers do damage them, in which case, never mind. That's it. That's all I got to say about this fight. I'll get the next video ready here. Oh, I know, Stuka. I get it. I'm not complaining. There's no way they could have done the creep mechanic in LFR. I mean, it exists, but it is so much slower. Like, I don't think it's even up from the shore yet. Also, notice he has a slightly different model than your standard fungal creep dude. And he's down. Next fight. We'll just go straight into it here. So as you can see, it kind of starts us off back here, and now we have to go through... we could go through the same area. We don't have to, thankfully. Nor will we, for that matter. We're going to go over this way instead. So as you can see, one of the things we're shown, and this is some good design here, it looks like nobody's really winning the battle. The Pale are being killed as much as the Ogres are being killed. Both sides are losing this conflict, which makes sense. Both sides should be losing this conflict, excuse me. By the way, just as a heads up, I think what we're going to do is as soon as we finish Highmaul, we're going to go ahead and chop it off, and we'll finish off the rest of the Legendary Chain, Blackrock Foundry, Tanan, and HFC tomorrow. It'll be kind of a short day, but you know that'll give us a better chance for it to be the finale, and I'll be a little fresher in my mind. And we can discuss a few things about the intended finale, which I told you guys I'd show you about. I like that we're basically fighting both sides equally here, though. That amuses me greatly. I also enjoy the architecture of the ogres. It's very ogre-like. I mean, I know that sounds stupid, but it's simultaneously well-crafted, and yet it looks like it isn't. It's a nice balance from being architecturally sound, while simultaneously looking like it's just a bunch of rocks that have been piled together, you know? And you can tell by a lot of the construction that most of it relies on arcane empowerment to even be feasible as an actual structure. Also, thanks to the nature of how LFR works... Oh, I can't either, Fallout. Roll my eyes. Thanks to the nature of how that works, well, yeah, it should. Pretty much most of the Gorian Empire was inspired by Rome, which is funny, for reasons I've already mentioned, since you know. But anywho, I like to think that so much of their towering towers of rock and stone only really function because there's literally arcane runes keeping them together. You know what I mean? And Lord knows they have the magic to do that, and the knowledge and the arcane capacity. These are the people who built waygates across Draenor, which I didn't really talk about, so I guess we'll talk about it now because I don't have much to talk about right now. The ogres actually constructed a portal network. So you can enter here to go here and here to go here. It was a way to facilitate trade and communication and transport across Draenor very quickly by literally having a portal network, which, if you're paying attention, makes them the only race, basically ever, to actually have a portal network established in this setting. Now, we can assume the old Night Elves did, and there's probably other races that did too, like the Apexes, but the only time we ever actually know about it for certainty is with the Gorians. So this is Tectus. We're about to reset him, because one person was an idiot. Tectus makes me laugh every time I fight him. So, Tectus is an ancient embodiment of the chaotic forces that shaped the terrain of Draenor. He has been twisted and enslaved by the maddened Pale Orcs, who themselves barely maintain control over this imposing force of nature. And this is just me showing off the terrain a bit. Oh, no kidding, Necro. I've never fought this guy in Mythic. He was irritating on normal. The reason he makes me laugh will be apparent later. You'll see it happen. In LFR, the strategy is AoE, 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 which really doesn't work on normal.
You do not understand! Must not get away!
Rise, Mountain.
Gordog! Darkness speaks! A voice!
The void speaks to him, is what he's trying to say. Again, that whole connection. Too much. So now we're fighting two of him. I'll admit the overall mechanic is pretty cool. Basically, you kill him, and then he splits into two, and you kill them, and they split into two. Or, they split into four, excuse me, so you end up fighting 8 of these guys. Rise, mountain. Rise, mountain. Wait until you hear 8 of them saying that. That's why this guy makes me laugh. Roar, 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 rise, mountain. Break. Shatter. Yeah, I know, right, Gnarlex? Jeez. I hate that attitude of it's LFR so it doesn't matter. That attitude is why LFR wipes happen. You know? So yeah, this is the strategy in LFR. Clump them up. AoE. No, that comes from Ulduar. Rise, mountain. There you go. You got to hear it once before we won. Even the mountain fall. Down he goes. Notice I just stopped looting after a while. It's like, you know what? I really don't care. I don't. There's no loot in any raid except for HFC for me, and even that's actually not true anymore. I would need normal or better gear at this point. Anywho, so with Tectus down, we're going to be going ahead and taking one of the portals that the static... Now, I want to stress the difference here.
we on Azeroth have the ability to make temporary portals. Now, we also have the ability to basically make those portals permanent by just standing there and continuing to summon it over and over and over, right? We've seen this many, many times. The ogres take this one step further by having static portals. No one's summoning these portals. They're just there. I feel like this is an aspect of their runic magic, personally, because it makes sense that you could carve basically a rune of portal, and then the portal would be maintained that way, rather than requiring you to continuously sit there and maintain it. But what we just did is similar to the waygates later. Oh, sure, I'm not doing anything right now. Permit, nor legs. There we go. Just showing off the thing there. Yeah, I didn't agree with the fact that they deliberately made LFR loot worse. And I'll go ahead and explain my reasoning on that. Some people say, well, if you're just doing it for the fun of the experience or whatever, why do you care about loot? Because for some people, LFR is progression. There is still a concept of getting better and getting stronger and slowly improving your gear. You know, that horizontal progression in addition to a vertical progression. And the idea of slowly getting better gear in LFR is something that's existed since Pandaria really started, you know? And I don't like the fact that they're just like, nah, go do the regular raids if you know, go do real raids if you want to make that happen. Not understanding the consequences and difficulty of doing that. Namely, having 9 other people. Now, I know that is easier to do than it used to be because they added the pre-made tab. But
the king don't want to see nobody. Go away.
Speaking personally, I haven't had a lot of luck with that tab, so I'm not really sure that that's, you know, a thing. It's not like I just want to progress in LFR. I've given you guys my solution. What I actually want is the ability to scale the raids down to 3. Then I would totally be cool with playing on Heroic or whatever difficulty, or progressing that way. But that's not a thing. So. And yeah, what Necro says is also a very valid point. Thank you, Necro. Sometimes you don't get the drops you need. Even if you are regularly in a guild, normally doing normals or heroics or mythics, you're not always going to get the drops you need, or sometimes you have holes in your gear, or sometimes you just want to speed up your progress a bit, so you go do the LFR version to get additional gear to help you push you forward. So you're not wearing dungeon blues as you're doing normals. So, you know. This is Polly and Femus. Get it? Pax loves this initial quote when we pull them. This fight is actually pretty rough. This is almost entirely a gear check with a little tiny bit of situational awareness.
Fight! Fight 'em back then!
Fight 'em back then! That's about the level of intelligence the Ogryn have. So these are the 2 twin Ogryn, Polly and Femus. They guard the entrance to Gorthanon, on the top of Highmaul. They are the personal guards of the Imperator Margok himself, peerless in strength and determination. What these Ogryn brothers lack in intelligence, they make up for in size and brute strength. These guys are pretty strong, even in lore. These might actually be the strongest Ogryn we've ever seen in lore, actually. This is the situational, the positioning thing. You gotta dodge the flames. Now, the flames aren't super hard to dodge, but some people have issues with them, because you notice they're moving. Yeah, that, Druculus, that is a problem I've had. Oh, you want to do normal? What's your gear score? Oh, it's like 20 item levels too low. But I want to do normal to get gear. Well, you don't have the achievement for doing it. Yes, I've never done it. It's ridiculous. Oh, nice, Dugo. That whirlwind with his drawing would suck.
Feel this!
No, he said that during the trial, before he escaped into Draenor. Okay. Those weren't his last words. They were just the last things he said to everyone back on Azeroth. Admittedly,
this gonna be good.
As much as I say it's relatively, the flames are weird to dodge because their movement is not static. It's not like the flames do this; they do this kind of a thing, and so their motion isn't super logical. Like here, watch how the flames move. it's not fully predictable, and they're coming from 2 different sources, and they can merge, and they can move in different directions, and so forth and so on. And they move faster than you do, and yeah, like stuff like that will knock you into them. Down they go. Next boss is one I really want to talk about. I hope Magister's still here. This is Gorian, the Ultra Breaker. Gorian is the only ogre to survive direct exposure to a mysterious relic, Titan, unearthed by the Highmaul excavations of Nagrand, and was left with a near-complete immunity to all magic. Rumors abound regarding his connection to the Imperator, you know, blah, blah, blah. So, we're about to fight the only real breakers we encounter. Fire breakers, frost breakers, and fell breakers, I believe, here. I want to say. I don't think there's any arcane breakers here, I'm not sure. So, of course, they are immune. Well, for gameplay mechanics, I don't believe they're immune to their given fire damage type. I'm not positive about that. I'm really not. I haven't really done this on a mage, so I can't really speak to that. As you can see, there's the relic up there. I'm trying to get the best shot of it I can. It's really hard to get a good picture of that thing. Yeah. The breakers themselves, as you can see, are using the powers that are being put into them. So you can see the frost blast hitting the ground and the chunks of flame on the ground, that kind of a thing. The Lorerun server, Pandora. And of course the fell breakers are just hitting people with these dots of doom. Gorian himself isn't perfectly immune, though. You'd think by being an all-breaker, he's just a breaker of magic, he would be immune to all magic, but it doesn't actually work that way for him.
You dare enter the magic is powerless here.
So the way this guy works,
Unstoppable.
you can't see it because I have the UE turned off, but he has a barrier up right now. And he is basically absorbing all magic damage through that barrier, okay?
I will tear you in. You will pay for that!
As you can see, every time the barrier pops, he has to go under the runestone again, the Titan. I think it's a Titan runestone, and get more power pumped into him. Once that power is pumped into him, he restores his barrier. So basically, unlike a normal breaker, he is not immune to all magic. Rather, he can absorb a certain amount of it, a large amount to be certain. But and all types of magic. But once that barrier runs out, he has to have that bubble, that absorptive bubble renewed. And he has a lot of attacks he uses that I'm not even going to share with you. This is a great example of gameplay and story integration, by the way, unlike the Kargath fight. You can also get in that bubble too. And this is great. You know how he sounds really mad while he's in there? You can see... Good night, Lexmex. You have a good one. So, we're done with that one. Yeah, I have the journal up here so I can read it for you guys. The way that this works is him renewing that barrier is incredibly painful, and it's kind of gotten across how painful it is in his voice acting. But furthermore, in addition to the voice acting, it's kind of gotten across because of the fact that we actually take damage while we're in there too. So if you go in there to get some of the barrier yourself, you will take damage from it. So you're literally getting the idea that it's basically burning your skin in order to build this all magic breaker barrier around you. So that's really cool. But our last boss is, of course, Imperator Margok. Which, this is another one of those, it's just him wings. He's the only boss in this one. The trash here takes forever. I get that what they're trying to get across here, and I can't call this bad design because they really do get across the idea here in gameplay. The idea here is that these are the elite. These are the best. These are the upper echelons of the ogre people. You'll notice these are armored ogre soldiers and ogre mages, and there's a couple of Ogren in the background there too. And we'll actually be fighting the entire council of the Gorian Empire tomorrow morning, Shiryu, at 11 a.m. EST. I don't have anything else planned, so yeah, no, I'm going to be we're doing it, damn it. I'm gonna even go to bed early tonight just to make sure, so I got a little bit of additional prep work to do for it. So I get what they're doing with this trash, and this trash does suck. I have fought this trash on normal, and granted it was basically just a gear check from hell, but oh my god. Even on LFR, I've seen people die to this trash. I know that's not saying much, but... Yeah, sure you. This is it. I could finish it tonight if I felt like it, but I don't. I'd like to chop it off. We're already at like 4.5 hours recording time for this session, and I'd like to chop that off before we lose the footage. And this is a logical endpoint, too, when we finish Highmaul. Yeah, there's not that much endgame to Warlords. You got this, Dodge. So you can see we've actually got an actual captain of the guard here. Very heavily armored orc. Or ogre, excuse me. And, yeah, 2 massive Ogryn. 2 of the Imperator's personal Ogryn. Imperator Margok, I really, really, really wish we knew more about him. I hope we hear more about him in the Chronicles books or something. He is the Grand Imperator of Highmaul. He is descended from a long line of sorcerer kings who have ruled the Gorian Empire. He is cunning and brutal. He has recognized the rising tide of the Iron Horde and what it would mean to oppose them. He has acquiesced to an alliance.
The city is lost.
And yet,
we must abandon the palace. Highmaul will never fall. The Gorian Empire will not be overthrown by these peasants.
Oh, that sucks, Vandalia. I'm sorry. So yeah, this is basically a miniature council fight. This is basically a mini-boss, this trash. And again, I like it, and I don't like it at the same time, because this trash sucks. But it is appropriately difficult. These are literally the upper echelons, the leaders of the Gorian Empire, other than the Imperator himself. Yeah, I'd probably do the same thing, Necro. I also like how each of these is an arcane mage, and they use basically each of them uses one arcane spell, and they kind of it's another tutorial through trash because a lot of these, basically all these mechanics are going to be present in the boss fight itself. So I really, really, really like this boss fight against Margok, so much so that I made an entire prestige class based on him in my Primus campaign. No joke. Basically a rune master based on this guy. So these are the stones. You see these things here? Again, we don't know what these stones are, but I strongly, strongly believe that they are Titan stones.
You dare assault the seat of my power? Is this the work of that traitor Cho'Gall? Kneel and swear fealty to me, and I may yet spare your lives for my Colosseum.
Yeah, that's the best offer he's willing to give us. If we surrender totally and swear fealty to him, he'll toss us into the pits to kill each other and die. So yeah, you can see the stones there. It's kind of hard to get a good picture of them, but they look kind of Titany in addition to functioning Titany.
And you are little more than peasants.
So here's how this works. He is a very powerful mage in lore. Very skilled, very talented, and he has this great thing where he basically every morning makes new runes of enchantment into his armor and his clothing and necklaces and all that, just to make sure he is extra protected every day, which is awesome.
The ancient stones grant me unimaginable power.
This is the other thing he does. And again, lore and gameplay both. He calls upon the power of the stone, and that given stone imbues him with a specific ability. I'm saying that wrong. It changes his existing abilities in a certain way.
Command the arcane!
So there's like a stone of fortification, there's a stone of... I don't remember the rest, actually. Hang on. I can look it up, because I got this still up here. Abilities. There's the stone of displacement, the stone of fortification, and the stone of replication.
My wrath.
I think it's actually a combination of both, personally, Necro. Margok is mentioned as being very, very intelligent and cunning many times, and especially in his short story. I think he understands how screwed he is here, and he just refuses to go down without a fight. Especially since, in lore, Cho'Gall shows up after we beat him. Cho'Gall kills him, and takes the stones, and then we have to fight Cho'Gall. Once we defeat Cho'Gall says, "The Master comes," and then Cho'Gall dies. That's all you're missing from Mythic.
See the error of your
I'll just go ahead and tell you that right now.
You have seen but a fraction of my power. Behold the ancient magics unearthed by my empire. Kingsguard, to my side. I must focus my power and awaken the stone.
I also kind of like the idea that he can't just immediately call upon the stone's power. It takes an actual channel in order to awaken these Titan artifacts into him.
Such power. It takes form to destroy you.
On the first hand, that makes sense because it helps to emphasize... Oh yeah, the Pale show up in Mythic 2. Forgive me, I forgot about that. It makes sense because it helps to emphasize how incredibly difficult it is to use something like the stones. But second of all, it kind of helps to emphasize how skilled and powerful Margok himself is. He's actually invincible in gameplay while he's channeling those things. And summoning a non-stop wave of arcane excess, like the excess arcane energy.
Overflows. Soon it will be unleashed.
The excess arcane energy is literally crafting little arcane elements that are just unintentional. It's just a byproduct of the raw amount of power being poured out of those stones. Which again kind of leans towards that Titan thing. They're arcane, they're very powerful, and they're very difficult to use.
The boundless power of the stones flows through me. Your destruction comes. My power knows no limit.
And as you can see now, he's summoning actual aberrations here.
Come, see the error of your ways.
This fight was pretty rough, even on LFR when we were first hitting it, because this is a hell of a gear check.
I command the arcane! Enough! Long have the Sorcerer Kings guarded these chambers. Today, you will see our secret power!
I like that the...
Remove these peasants!
I like that the Stone of Replication is the last stone, by the way. It pretty much does exactly what it sounds like. Like I said, they augment your existing abilities, and that's part of how the Prestige class works that I have designed in Primus. In other words, you don't actually gain new abilities, you augment your existing ones with the runes, with the rune stones. Anyways, in this case, it does exactly what you'd imagine a rune of replication would do, and it sucks. It basically starts doing everything, like, in triplicate.
Its power grows beyond comprehension!
It is worth noting that it was possible Margok could kill us here. He is wielding some damn high-level power. But I think, if anything, he at least when the fight started, knew he was going to lose this fight. He might have gotten, you know, a little drunk with power by the time he had unleashed all 3 stones. You haven't seen it yet, Kay? Well, you have. It's been in the live campaign.
You can never challenge my rule. I command the power of the stones, and know no equal.
In Myth,
have earned my wrath.
In Mythic difficulty, he has 2 stones up at once. In lore, it's implied that he can... It's very, very difficult for him to channel more than 1 stone at once because of the complexity of the Titan nature of them or whatever. So... theoretically, he would only have 1 stone active at a time in lore. It would take tremendous effort to activate more than once. More than 1 at a time. And then Cho'Gall shows up. I will kill you, and then I'm dead. And that's the end of Highmaul. It is a bit of a shame, but like with all the rest of Warlords, it's a little anticlimactic. Loop, 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 loop. Tomorrow... Well, as you can see, I'm already in position here to talk about a few things tomorrow-wise. Don't worry, we'll talk about it tomorrow. For now, I'm going to go ahead and try and get an early night in and get ready for the finale, the end of the WoW Lorerun, guys. I mean, we should have been here about a month ago, but, you know, whatever. I hope to see you guys tomorrow, because I'm looking forward to it.